Warrior Lore. Chapter 1815. Gu Zhong killed the carefree little immortal emperor with a single slap. An immortal emperor was killed with a single slap. This scene stunned everyone. Even old Flood Dragon was shaken. Although he knew that his senior was very strong, he didn't expect his senior to be so abnormal that he could kill an immortal emperor with a single slap. Immortal emperors were existences second only to almighty experts. This carefree little immortal emperor's cultivation and strength were definitely at the top of the immortal emperors, but Gu Zhong killed him just like that. Croak. The carefree little immortal emperor died. The black eagle let out a mournful cry and wanted to shake off the person on its back. It then flapped its wings and flew back to report the news. However, before the black eagle could soar into the sky, Gu Zhong stomped on its back with his right foot. Bang! The black condor's body immediately exploded from Gu Zhong's stomp, turning into a bloody mist. Even its soul did not manage to escape, and it could not be any more dead than it was. Humph! What carefree sect! What carefree little immortal emperor! You can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Zhong descended from the sky. He had already retrieved the jade box containing the young medicine king, then threw the headless corpse of the carefree little immortal emperor down the cliff. At his level of cultivation, he no longer needed to fear a sect like the carefree sect. One must know that even if the carefree sect had a good relationship with the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland, they might not necessarily be able to make the experts of the 4 ancient clans work for them. The price to pay to deal with an accomplished warrior was too great. No force was willing to bear it. Even the primordial Zhao clan had to hand over the people who had attacked the supreme mystery sect in order to temporarily resolve the enmity between them and Gu Fei. The carefree sect won't be able to cause any trouble. Gu Zhong's words were a reflection of his confidence. Just as Gu Zhong was killing the carefree little immortal emperor, in a spiritual land somewhere in the southern wasteland, a life lamp that was burning vigorously suddenly extinguished without any warning. Roar. Very quickly, an angry roar came from the depths of the spiritual land. The entire area shook, and the aura of a saint spread out in all directions. That's where the Xiao Yao sect's ancestral court is. Is the Xiao Yao ancestral master coming out? Some cultivators near the spiritual land were shocked to the extreme when they sensed the aura of the saint. Xiao Yao ancestral master was a very old name. The Xiao Yao old ancestor was the founder of the Xiao Yao old ancestor. He was a famous figure tens of thousands of years ago. Some people said that the Xiao Yao old ancestor was a figure in the late period of ancient times. There were many legends about the Xiao Yao ancestral master, but all of them showed that the Xiao Yao ancestral master had a mysterious identity and background. After all, it had only been 10,000 years since the unfettered school had appeared. The Xiao Yao ancestral master hadn't appeared in the world for a long time, but this time, there seemed to be signs of him coming out, which made the major forces in the southern wilderness a bit scared. No one dared to look down on this antique's cultivation base. However, in the end, the unfettered ancestor didn't show up. The ripples from the ancestral court of the unfettered sect quickly subsided. However, on this day, more than half of the unfettered sect's experts were sent out to the 100,000 mountain range. So be it. There's no need to worry. Gu Zhong said to his 9 disciples. Killing an immortal emperor wasn't a big deal. Even if they offended the unfettered sect, they wouldn't necessarily be killed. However, his disciples still couldn't calm down for a long time because the one who died was the young master of the unfettered sect. All of this was just an illusion. No one would have thought that the high and mighty young master of the unfettered sect would be killed by their own master. Gu Zhong and old Jiao retreated from the relic, while Gu Fei and He Tian were still trying to find a way to enter the other end of the chaotic passageway. However, the immortal divine mountain was still there. No matter what methods they used, they still couldn't pass through. Could this be the work of the supreme Dao ancestor? He Tian wasn't willing to give up. He knew that the other end of the chaotic passageway was probably that place, but they were stuck there. There's no other way. Facing this divine mountain, Gu Fei shook his head. This was the divine mountain where the supreme Dao ancestor taught the Dao. The divine mountain was imprinted with a trace of the supreme Dao ancestor's imprint. Even if they used the extreme Dao divine weapon, they might not be able to break this divine mountain. Gu Fei and He Tian could only retreat. Perhaps only an existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu would have a way to move this immortal Tao divine mountain that was suppressing the chaos passageway. No one had thought that the legend was real. In the depths of the relic, there was a chaotic passageway that led to that place. If people knew about the existence of such a passageway, the entire cultivation world would be in an uproar. Someone would definitely come to attack that immortal Tao divine mountain. There were still a few suspicious places in the relic, but those places weren't places that Gu Fei and He Tian could go, because those places were extremely dangerous. Gu Fei and He Tian knew their limits, so they wouldn't take the risk. In the end, they also retreated from the ancient ruins. After meeting up with Gu Zhong and the others, they planned to leave the 100,000 Mountains. However, some people came looking for them at this time. The experts of the Xiao Yao sect had arrived, and they met up with Gu Fei and the others in a mountain range in the outer region of the 100,000 Mountains. "How dare you? You actually dared to kill my sect's young master. You deserve to die," roared one of the leaders of the Xiao Yao sect. His voice shook the sky, echoing through the mountains, echoing unceasingly. How did they know that I killed that young immortal emperor? Gu Zhong was very surprised. When he killed that young immortal emperor, he was already very careful. His primordial spirit didn't even have the chance to escape. "Looks like I've underestimated the Xiao Yao sect." Gu Zhong immediately understood after thinking about it. It seemed like the carefree little immortal emperor had used some sort of secret technique before he died, allowing these people to immediately recognize that he was the one who killed him. Xiao Yao sect. On top of the mountain, Gu Fei's face was expressionless. He already knew that Gu Zhong had killed the young master of the Xiao Yao sect, but it didn't matter. In the world of cultivation, whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Gu Zhong's fist was harder than young immortal emperor's fist. Gu Zhong killing young immortal emperor was the same as killing young immortal emperor. There was no need to be afraid of the force behind young immortal emperor. The path of martial arts was to always maintain an indomitable and courageous state. Too many worries and guesses would only affect one's Tao heart. Master, this. On the opposite mountain, there were 18 golden-armored deities. Every single one of them was emitting powerful immortal ripples. The enemy's formation made Hung Xiong and the others extremely shocked. "What are you panicking for? These people are just a bunch of trash. I can kill them all with a wave of my hand. It's useless no matter how many come." Chapter 1816. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you not put my carefree sect in your eyes? On the opposite mountain, 18 golden-armored deities emitted dazzling golden light, illuminating the dusky sky and earth. These 18 deities were wearing the unique golden armor of the carefree sect. It wasn't an ordinary armor, but an immortal armor personally refined by the carefree ancestor. Only the true experts of the carefree sect were qualified to wear this armor. Even the carefree immortal emperor who was killed by Gu Zhong with a single slap wasn't qualified, because those who could wear this armor were at least at the 9th heavenly layer of immortal emperor. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Only the strong could obtain more cultivation resources. Otherwise, if the best cultivation resources were used on a group of trash, it would only be a waste. "Gu Zhong, this is your fault. You go and solve it." Gu Fei spoke from the top of the mountain. He wasn't very competent as a master. He only taught Gu Zhong the cultivation technique, but he rarely gave guidance to this disciple. Gu Zhong's current achievements were actually the result of his own hard work. Of course, in order to obtain great power, one could only rely on one's own hard work. Others wouldn't be able to help much. "Yes." Gu Zhong nodded and took a step forward. This was the 8 desolation steps. When cultivated to the grand completion realm, it was said that one could travel in 8 directions with just 8 steps. His speed was unimaginably fast. With a single step, Gu Zhong appeared on top of the mountain opposite him. "What?" The 18 golden-armored deities on the other side of the mountain were shocked. They never thought that the other party would be so fast. It was too fast. Even Hung Xiong and the others felt their hearts beating wildly. This master of theirs was incredible. The distance between the two mountains was at least 7 or 8 li, but their master had arrived just like that. Kill. The 18 golden armored deities attacked. 18 rays of golden light shot out, piercing towards Gu Zhong. The powerful immortal energy shook the void. Golden light flickered on the top of the mountain. Reckless fool. Gu Zhong didn't say anything. He swept his palm over. Powerful martial Dao true force condensed into a huge golden palm in the void and slapped down. Boom. The 18 beams of golden light were dispersed by the giant hand. The giant hand directly slammed onto the mountain peak, sending the 18 golden armored deities flying and coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The entire mountaintop exploded. The 18 golden armored deities were shocked to the extreme. Even a pinnacle almighty being would have to dodge the combined attack of the 18 of them. However, their opponent had defeated them with an even greater power. To be able to withstand my heaven-covering palm, these people are pretty good. Gu Zhong was very confident. The moment he used the heaven-covering palm, the 18 golden armored deities spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Even the golden armor on their bodies dimmed. This was the immortal Dao battle armor refined by the Xiaoyao ancestral master, but it couldn't even protect them. Could it be that the opponent was a half-saint? Although the Xiaoyao sect couldn't be compared to the 4 great ancient clans of the southern wasteland, they still had a team of golden armored warriors. Although there weren't many of them, every single one of them was an expert of the sect. Run, run, run. The 18 golden armored warriors only had one thought, and that was to run. These people weren't people they could fight against. The 18 of them couldn't even withstand a single attack from the opponent. If they didn't run now, they would lose their lives here. However, could they escape? Bam! Gu Zhong attacked once again. His hand covered the sky, and the 18 golden armored warriors that were fleeing in different directions were all enveloped by the hand, making it difficult for them to escape. Rumble. The heaven-covering palm descended with a powerful force that shook the heavens and the earth. Pitch-black, spatial cracks appeared in the void below the heaven-covering palm. Some of the golden armored warriors were hit by the black cracks, and their bodies immediately shattered. The power of the spatial cracks was too strong. Even the immortal armors refined by a half-saint couldn't protect them. Without any suspense, the heaven-covering palm descended, and the 18 golden armored warriors were instantly obliterated. Not even a speck of dust was left. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Master is too strong. Hung Xiong and the others were dumbfounded. One person killed a group of golden armored warriors. If this news were to spread, the entire southern wasteland would be shaken. Just some shrimp and crab soldiers, He Tian said unhappily. The Xiaoyao sect didn't have any real experts. However, the death of the 18 golden armored warriors was a great loss to the Xiaoyao sect. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect looked at the 18 broken jade medallions. His face was extremely gloomy. Who was it? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect raised his head and roared in anger. His son was dead, and now, 18 golden armored warriors were also dead. This made him go crazy. He could only guess who killed them from the chi of the enemies. However, he didn't know who it was. Do I have to go there myself? The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect walked out and arrived at the ancestral land of the Xiaoyao sect. What is it? An old voice came from the depths of the ancestral land. Ancestor, the 18 warriors I sent are all dead. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect lowered his head and said carefully. There was only one person in the entire Xiaoyao sect who could make him lower his head. What? The old voice was obviously shocked. Who are they? Did you find out who they are? Ancestor, I am useless. I don't know who killed our people. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect said in fear. Trash. The old voice sounded angry. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The anger of the ancestor was not something to be taken lightly. Ancestor, please help us. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect really didn't know what to do. 18 of the golden armored warriors had been killed. Obviously, the enemy was not someone to be trifled with. When 18 warriors fought together, they could even fight against a peak-level cultivator for a while. How could they be killed so easily? Most importantly, as time passed, the aura on those people would completely dissipate. At that time, it would be very difficult to find the culprit. When the young immortal emperor died, he indeed used a secret technique. It was a secret technique of the Xiaoyao sect that could determine who killed the young immortal emperor within a certain period of time. It was also because of this that the 18 gold-armored warriors found Gu Fei and the others. This secret technique could only let the people of the Xiaoyao sect know who killed the young immortal emperor, but they couldn't find out the identity or appearance of the killer. Could it be that someone is secretly plotting against the Xiaoyao sect? In the depths of the ancestral land of the Xiaoyao sect, an old man sat cross-legged on a rock. He opened his eyes and 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes. It looked like 2 bolts of lightning flashing in the sky. "You can leave. I will take care of this." The Xiaoyao sect ancestor spoke for a while, then sent the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect away. Young immortal Emperor Xiaoyao was the most outstanding figure among the young generation of the Xiaoyao sect. At such a young age, he had already cultivated the immortal emperor fruit. Given time, he might be able to break through to the realm of Almighty. Such a good seedling was killed. Even the Xiaoyao sect ancestor, who hadn't paid attention to worldly affairs for many years, was alarmed. "I'd like to see who dares to oppose me." The Xiaoyao ancestral master stood up from the blue stone. In the next moment, the blue stone was empty, and the faint mist circled around it. Below the Xiaoyao sect's ancestral land was a spirit vein that was shrouded in mist all year round. In fact, this mist was completely formed by the spiritual essence of the heaven and earth in the ancestral land. The Xiaoyao sect ancestor had set up a spirit gathering formation in this area, gathering spiritual essence from all directions at all times. In the entire Xiaoyao sect, only the Xiaoyao sect ancestor had the ability to gather spiritual essence from all directions for cultivation. After 10,000 years, the spiritual essence in the Xiaoyao sect's ancestral land was enough to form a mist visible to the naked eye. At this time, Gu Fei and the others also came out from the 100,000 mountain range. They had gained a lot from this trip to the 100,000 mountain range, and their foundations had become more solid. Gu Zhong, in particular, had taken in 9 disciples in one go. These disciples were all at the immortal realm, and only the sloppy old man was immortal. However, by this time, the sloppy old man had already taken the young King Herb. Then, Gu Fei healed the hidden injuries of the great Tao in his body. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level, the hidden injuries of the great Tao were nothing. Under the nourishment of the young King Herb, the sloppy old man's physique quickly transformed. His white hair turned black, and his muscles, bones, and flesh regained vitality. The frail old man had actually turned into a vigorous middle-aged man in just half a day's time. Hung Xiong and the others were dumbfounded by the old man's transformation. It was a miracle that the sloppy old man had turned into a sloppy man. No one would believe it even if they told others. The sloppy old man was so grateful to Gu Fei and his disciples that he swore to be loyal to them. The heaven-defying means that Gu Fei and Gu Zhong had displayed shocked everyone. Even the old flood dragon felt lucky that he had such a powerful master. Hung Xiong and the others were even more loyal to Gu Zhong. Where else could they find such a powerful master? More importantly, they were the only people in their sect. If their sect became more powerful in the future, they would be the senior brothers of all the others. Being a core disciple was something that Hung Xiong and the others dared not imagine before. "Master, are we still going back to Dragon Emperor City?" Gu Zhong asked Gu Fei. Of course, why not? Gu Fei had already achieved the semi-sage Dao fruit. It was time to shock those guys. Only now could he show disdain for the others. Very few people could threaten him. If even the Azure Dragon wasn't a match for him, the other powerful beings of the ancient race definitely wouldn't be a match for him. However, existences like Ghost Emperor Fengdu could still threaten Gu Fei. No one knew how many existences like Ghost Emperor Fengdu were in the human realm. Chapter 1817. Dragon Emperor City. This ancient city had been standing in South Wilderness for a long time. Even in the darkest age of the cultivation world, it was not destroyed. The city wall was full of traces of time. In the evening, they came to the vicinity of the city gate of Dragon Emperor City. Immortal soldiers guarding the city gate. Actually, Hung Xiong and the others had been to Dragon Emperor City before. However, There were no immortal-level immortal soldiers guarding the city gate at that time. Therefore, they were shocked by such a great achievement. In the secular world, Dragon Emperor City seemed to be transcendent. Of course, in the eyes of all the clans in South Wilderness, Dragon Emperor City's status was second only to their ancestral land. The Supreme Dragon Emperor was once the Supreme Dragon Emperor that all the clans in South Wilderness worshipped. The era of the Supreme Dragon Emperor was so long ago that no one could remember the existence of such an existence in the Southern Wasteland. The new generation replaced the old one and rose generation after generation. As a result, the cultivation world could be passed down from generation to generation. Why do I feel that this ancient city is a bit different? After breaking through to the semi-sage level realm, Gu Fei sensed a bit strange qi when he came to Dragon Emperor City. He had an illusion that the huge city in front of him was alive. I also have the same feeling. He Tian nodded. At their realm, they could already sense the Great Tao and touch the edge of the Great Tao. The huge city in front of them gave out a special Tao qi. This shocked Gu Fei and He Tian very much. Master, what are you talking about? Gu Zhong and Old Flood Dragon were confused. However, they knew that something that could move Gu Fei and He Tian was definitely extraordinary. Hehe, little nephew, when you reach my realm, you will know what we're talking about. He Tian's face turned solemn for a short while. Closely after that, he revealed a mischievous smile. At this moment, Hung Xiong and the others all knew that He Tian was a powerful semi-sage level cultivator. Therefore, they were all in awe of him. Let's go. It's time to pay a visit to our old friends. Gu Fei directly walked towards the city gate, closely followed by He Tian and the others. Soon, they entered Dragon Emperor City and disappeared in the streets. These people actually, after Gu Fei and the others entered Dragon Emperor City, a figure walked out of the dark. He was the head of Xiaoyao sect in a purple robe and a Taoist hat. The leader of the Xiaoyao sect sensed a strange energy coming from Gu Zhong, which made him sure that this was the person who killed his only son, the Xiaoyao Immortal Emperor. The carefree little Immortal Emperor had been killed. This was definitely a huge blow to the carefree sect leader. One must know that the carefree little Immortal Emperor was not only his only son, he was also the #1 candidate for the next sect leader. Now that the carefree young Immortal Emperor was dead, the next sect leader of the carefree sect would be replaced. Humph! I will make you pay with your blood. The carefree sect's sect leader muttered to himself. His eyes shone with a vicious light. Then he turned around and disappeared into the darkness. With the power of the Xiaoyao sect in the southern wasteland, it was not difficult to find out the background of those people. Soon, a detailed report was sent to the carefree sect's sect leader. That person is Gu Fei's disciple, Gu Zhong. When the carefree sect's sect leader found out that his enemy was Gu Fei and his disciple, he couldn't help but be shocked and angry. The opponent's background was too powerful, which made him very afraid. One must know that Gu Fei's reputation was built by killing. Even Azure Dragon might not be a match for Gu Fei. If he wanted to take revenge, he would have to ask the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor. However, even the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor was afraid of Gu Fei. The carefree sect's sect leader was only the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor's disciple's disciple. It seemed that the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor would not risk his life to fight Gu Fei for the son of his disciple's disciple. However, the carefree sect's sect leader knew that his patriarch had already left the ancestral land of the Xiaoyao sect. It would be better if they both suffer losses. By then, I will be able to completely control the Xiaoyao sect. In the ancestral land of the Xiaoyao sect, the carefree sect's sect leader's face constantly changed. As an ambitious person, he didn't want to be a puppet sect leader. After all, the carefree sect was founded by the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor. As long as the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor was there, the so-called sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect was just a puppet. With one word, the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor could decide who would be the sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect. The current carefree sect leader trembled in fear of making the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor unhappy. If the Xiaoyao Old Ancestor was unhappy, his position as the sect leader would come to an end. Nobody would like to be a puppet for the rest of their lives, including the carefree sect leader. At this moment, the 9th floor of the drunken immortal residence in Dragon Emperor City was ablaze with lights. Almost all the young powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City had arrived. Zhongli Ming, the boss of Drunken Immortal Residence, was going to invite Gu Fei and his disciple to a banquet. The news that Gu Fei had arrived made all the forces in Dragon Emperor City restless. Gu Fei was a fierce person who couldn't even defeat Azure Dragon. All the races in the southern wasteland were well informed. There was a problem within the Azure Dragon clan. Someone said that during the battle between the Azure Dragon clan and Gu Fei, the bloodline power that the Azure Dragon clan had painstakingly gathered was scattered by Gu Fei. If his bloodline strength was broken, Azure Dragon would not be Azure Dragon anymore. Although he might lose his position as the current Azure Dragon, he would not give up the title of Azure Dragon that easily. The discord in Azure Dragon clan had long been spread out. Although the battle between Gu Fei and Azure Dragon didn't come to an end, Gu Fei had made a great breakthrough and triggered the Heavenly Tribulation of Semi-Sage level. Additionally, he had passed the Heavenly Tribulation successfully. Azure Dragon was definitely not able to defeat Gu Fei unless he could make a great breakthrough and promote to a quasi-sage level. Otherwise, how could he compete with Gu Fei? It was not a legend that a cultivator was unrivaled among the same level. After Gu Fei arrived, many people wanted to see Gu Fei's demeanor. All the young talents of major forces in Dragon Emperor City wanted to see this figure. Therefore, the 9th floor of the Drunken Immortal Residence became boisterous. Of course, it was impossible for Gu Fei to meet these people in the lobby. There were other VIP pavilions on the 9th floor of the Drunken Immortal Residence. However, the lobby had been fully occupied. In a very inconspicuous corner of the hall sat an old man wearing a Taoist robe. This old Taoist didn't have the aura of a cultivator, but even so, this old Taoist seemed to have a strange power that made people unwilling to get too close to him. Gu Fei. He's the little guy who triggered the Heavenly Tribulation of Semi-Sage level in the battle. The old Taoist was pouring himself a cup and drinking. Gu Fei is really something. He triggered the Heavenly Tribulation of Semi-Sage level in the battle. How abnormal. That's right. Even Azure Dragon wasn't a match for him. Among the rising stars of the southern wasteland in the past 1,000 years, I'm afraid no one is a match for him. With such a battle god on the way to becoming a sage, it seems that many people will be despairing. Many people were chatting, and their conversations were all about the person in the VIP pavilion. This was the opportunity to become a sage. Once one became a sage, he would be invincible in the world. In front of a true sage, all semi-sage and quasi-sage were like ants. However, Gu Fei's sudden appearance and rapid rise within a few hundred years had indeed made many people despair. With such a battle god, the competition on the road to becoming a sage would be extremely fierce. Although Azure Dragon was defeated, he would definitely make a comeback. In this great world, one had to seize every moment. No one was willing to give up the opportunity to become a sage. However, this path was too difficult. Furthermore, once someone became a martial sage, their strength would suppress all das. At that time, it would be much more difficult for others to become martial sages. The most terrifying thing was that the process of becoming a sage was to fight against the heavenly Tao, break through the shackles of heaven and earth, soar into the sky, and trample on the heavenly Tao. When that happened, the heavenly Tao would be chaotic, and there would be almost no chance for others to become a sage. Becoming a sage, a wisp of shrewd light flashed across the old Taoist's turbid eyes. At this moment, in the VIP pavilion, Zhongli Ming was introducing some powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City to Gu Fei. They were all rising stars in the past hundreds of years. Brother Gu, this is Gong Sun Wang. Brother Gong Sun is also a martial artist. However, he's just an immortal. However, many seniors think highly of Brother Gong Sun. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. This Gong Sun Wang was actually a cultivator. Gu Fei couldn't sense the aura coming from this Gong Sun Wang, so he was likely carrying an artifact that could conceal his aura. Some people from major clans were different than commoners. Martial artist, immortal. Even Mahakala was taken aback. He knew very well how difficult it was to cultivate on the path of martial arts. This person had only used a few hundred years to cultivate to the immortal god stage. This person also seemed to have a pretty good aptitude. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but take a few more glances at Gong Sun Wang. Nice to meet you, Brother Gu and Brother He. Gong Sun Wang hurriedly stood up as he cupped his hands towards Gu Fei and He Tian. Gu Fei and He Tian just nodded. Based on their cultivation base and battle strength, it was already a great honor for them to meet these people. Therefore, these people dared not show any dissatisfaction. Gong Sun Wang then sat down. As far as I know, martial artists have long been extinct in the mortal realm. I've not imagined that I could meet someone like me. Gu Fei was also amazed. Is the inheritance of martial artists not extinct in the mortal realm? You're right, Brother Gu. I was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of an ancient martial arts master. That's why I'm able to achieve what I have today. Gong Sun Wang said. Oh, Gu Fei nodded. He didn't comment on Gong Sun Wang's words. He didn't want to know too much about it. On the road of martial arts, Gu Fei only had one belief. I'm unrivaled. Even if the other party was a semi-sage martial artist like him, Gu Fei's belief would not be shaken. Brother Gu, this is Long Badeo. Brother Long is from extraterrestrial Immortal Mountain. Zhong Liming continued. Extraterrestrial Immortal Mountain. Chapter 1818. Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was an ancient inheritance. Legend had it that this inheritance was not on the earth, but in the mysterious sky beyond heaven. Sky beyond heaven was a forbidden area in the depths of the endless starry sky. No one knew its exact location, but there was a powerful and ancient inheritance there. You are from Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. He Tian's eyes flickered. He was very interested in this mysterious inheritance. The origin of Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was definitely not inferior to those families of the remote antiquity. More importantly, he suspected that the mysterious sky beyond heaven might be a great world created by the ancient supremes. No one could imagine the means of the ancient supremes. Creating the world was just a matter of raising one's hand. The ancient supremes had a complete great Tao, and the world they created was infinitely close to the real great Tao. There was even an ancient legend that the great Tao created by the ancient supremes had a chance of ultimate transformation, and it was very likely to become a real great Tao. The world was absolutely supreme for all living beings living in it. The heavenly Tao was ruthless, and it deterred all living beings. This was a kind of heavenly might. Any living being that wanted to break the heavenly Tao would attract the punishment of the heavenly Tao. As for the supremes, they were equivalent to the heavenly Tao. They had already jumped out of the great Tao and were not bound by the heavenly Tao law. The world created by the Supremes had the highest chance of ultimate transformation and become a real perfect great Tao. I come from Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. Long Badeo's tone was extremely calm. Extraterrestrial Divine Mountain was a transcendent existence. He also had a secret treasure to hide his aura, so he was not afraid that Gu Fei and the others would be able to see through him. I have long been fascinated by the sky beyond heaven. When I have time, I will go and see it. He Tian laughed. Gu Fei saw He Tian's expression and couldn't help but think, is this guy thinking about the sky beyond heaven? It is not a good place. The sky beyond heaven was a forbidden area, and its location was uncertain, so it was very difficult to find. One should know that the depths of the starry sky was not a place that anyone could go. The starry sky was vast and boundless, and even a half-saint could get lost in it. Since ancient times, many people had wanted to enter the sky beyond heaven. However, it seemed that no one had ever succeeded. Some people even suspected that the outer sky divine mountain in the sky beyond sky might be an inheritance left behind by an ancient supreme being. This inheritance was extremely ancient and powerful. Welcome. Long Badeo did not seem to be a talkative person, but when he saw He Tian's interest in heavens beyond, he had to be careful. One must know that He Tian did not have a good reputation. Haha, with Brother Long's words, I can rest assured. The smile on He Tian's face deepened. Of course, he was not a fool. Long Badeo was just being polite. He did not think that Long Badeo would bring him to heavens beyond. Brother Gu, this is Chiu Wuqing, the successor of the northernmost divine ocean. Zhong Liming introduced the last black-robed young man to Gu Fei. The young man only nodded at Gu Fei and did not say anything. The northernmost divine ocean. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. He was no stranger to the fallen god sea. He had once been to the God-Fiend Island in the fallen god sea and encountered the God-Fiend Avatar, the successor of the divine demon. Gu Fei was truly moved. The divine demon was an ancient name that could be traced back to the mythological era. The ancient divine demons were all extremely powerful and had the characteristics of the divine demon and the divine demon. They were gods in the day and demons in the night. Such a race once ruled over a region and was incomparably prosperous. However, they gradually declined in the end. In today's great era, there was no news of the birth of a true divine demon. Among the three people that Zhong Liming introduced to Gu Fei, other than Gongsun Wang, the other two had powerful backgrounds. Haha, Brother Gu has a good eye. Brother Chiu has the bloodline of the divine demon and is the number one of the younger generation in the divine ocean. Zhong Liming said with a smile. Whether it was the extraterrestrial divine mountain or the divine ocean, such forces were not something that the Zhongli clan could compare with. This time, Zhong Liming actually felt a little helpless when he invited Gu Fei. This was because some people wanted to get to know the human race martial physique that even Azure Dragon was no match for. It could only be said that Gu Fei's limelight was too strong. Even the people of the extraterrestrial divine mountain and the divine ocean wanted to meet this human race martial physique. How about a spar? Qiu Wuqing looked at Gu Fei and said these two words. In his eyes, there was a divine light and demonic qi intertwining, giving people a very strange feeling. The eyes of this descendant of the divine demon were like two invincible black holes that could devour people's divine souls. He Tian took a few more glances and felt that his divine soul was showing signs of leaving his body. Good guy. He Tian was extremely shocked. The number one person from the divine ocean was indeed extraordinary. His strength was probably not below that of Azure Dragon. Why not? Gu Fei met Qiu Wuqing's gaze directly. The strange suction force that was emitted from Qiu Wuqing's eyes couldn't shake Gu Fei's spirit. His spirit and physical body had long merged into one, and there was no distinction between them. Now, can we? Qiu Wuqing seemed to want to fight with Gu Fei very much. The divine ocean was behind the northernmost demon region and was separated from the central plains by the northernmost demon region. Therefore, in the entire cultivation world, there were not many people who knew about the existence of the divine demon clan in the divine ocean. Fighting with Gu Fei might be able to make a name for himself in the divine ocean. Very well. Gu Fei stood up. This Qiu Wuqing was very direct, and he was also very straightforward. Such people acted according to their own nature and were not influenced by the outside world. As long as they decided to do something, no one could change their mind. Qiu Wuqing spoke from his heart. Obviously, this Qiu Wuqing also had a pure Dao heart that pursued supreme power. This caused Gu Fei to have a higher opinion of him. Only such a person could be his opponent. Brother Gu, Brother Qiu, you guys? Seeing that Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing did not seem to be joking, even Zhong Liming could not help but feel nervous. Qiu Wuqing was not a simple person. She still could not figure out the background of this descendant of the divine demon clan. As for Gu Fei, Zhong Liming was very clear about his character. This person meant what he said and did things according to his own likes and dislikes. It seemed that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. Haha, Boss Zhongli, what are you so nervous about? They are just sparring. He Tian's voice sounded. Qiu Wuqing had the characteristics of a demon, which made him feel displeased. He had an impulse to rush forward and beat this guy up. It is my honor to see Brother Gu and Brother Qiu's glory. Gongsun Wang's eyes flickered. He was also looking forward to the battle between Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing. As the saying went, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Gu Fei was said to be powerful, so he might really have some ability. As a martial artist, Gongsun Wang naturally wanted to see Gu Fei's methods. Long Badeo did not say anything, but he also stood up. He did not want to miss this battle. He also had the ambition to become a saint, and these two would be his strongest competitors. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Long Badeo also had to be prepared. In this golden era, there would be a rise of peerless figures from various forces. Moreover, The older generation would definitely not give up this opportunity. In the near future, there would be an intense storm that would sweep through the entire cultivation world. No one would be lonely on the road to becoming a saint. In this era, the most brilliant sparks would be produced. Swoosh, swoosh. The figures of Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing disappeared from the VIP pavilion at almost the same time. This, Zhong Liming could not help but be shocked. These two fellows were really unscrupulous. They fought whenever they wanted to, without paying attention to anyone, and would not be shaken by anyone. After all, this was Dragon Emperor City. Chapter 1819. The first person to come out of the God-fallen sea. Gu Fei stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the figure on the opposite mountain. His opponent had a secret treasure to hide his aura, and even he could not see through him. His opponent was an expert who came out of the forbidden zone for life. Gu Fei did not underestimate his opponent. The forbidden zone for life was extremely mysterious, and no one could really find out what was inside. The ancient inheritance in the forbidden zone was extremely powerful. Some people guessed that it might be the inheritance left behind by a supreme. You are very strong. On the opposite mountain, Qiu Wuqing, who was dressed in black, crossed his arms and looked at Gu Fei. Divine light and demonic qi intertwined in his eyes, as if he was evolving the divine demon Tao. His words were good and concise. He was not the kind of person who could speak well. You are not weak either, Gu Fei said. Qiu Wuqing knew that Gu Fei had defeated Azure Dragon's bloodline power and still dared to challenge him. He must have something to rely on. Begin. Qiu Wuqing was very direct. He did not want to waste time. Most importantly, if time dragged on, those annoying people would find this place. It was hard not to be discovered in a battle of this level. All right, Gu Fei nodded. He also wanted to see what these experts who came out of the forbidden zone for life had up their sleeves. Could Qiu Wuqing be stronger than Azure Dragon? Boom. At this moment, a shocking battle intent exploded from Qiu Wuqing's body. He no longer used a secret treasure to hide his aura, and a saint's aura spread out. Indeed, Gu Fei was surprised. This Qiu Wuqing was indeed powerful. It was hard for him to judge whether he was at the peak of the sage-to-be or sage-to-be. Those who came out of the God-fallen sea are indeed different. On a mountain a few hundred miles away, He Tian, Gu Zhong, and the old dragon were watching. Hung Xiong and the others were nowhere to be seen. Gu Zhong was called out by He Tian. He did not know where Hung Xiong and the others were placed by Gu Zhong. It was difficult for Hung Xiong and the others to come and watch a battle of this level. Even He Tian and the others had to be extremely cautious to avoid being affected by the battle. Swoosh. At this moment, someone arrived. Long Badeo and Gong Sun Wang arrived at the mountain where He Tian and the others were. He Tian and the others ignored them and stared at the two figures on the mountain in front of them. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as the two powerful auras clashed. This, apart from He Tian and the others, Long Badeo and Gong Sun Wang were also shocked. The cultivation and strength of the two people in front of them were far beyond ordinary people. The human martial body is really strong. Long Badeo's eyes flashed with divine light. The God-fiend body isn't weak either, Gong Sun Wang said. Qiu Wuqing was the first person to walk out from the depths of the fallen God Sea. His cultivation and strength were definitely at the peak of the human realm. In particular, Qiu Wuqing had the godly demon bloodline and the godly demon body. In the distant past, it was one of the strongest body constitutions in the world. Most of the powerful constitutions that appeared in the ancient times were born with them. Only a few cultivation techniques could cultivate a powerful body, and the path of martial arts was one of them. The Buddhists also had the indestructible Vajra body, and the demons had the chaotic demon body. The battle between the two powerful constitutions was rare even in the human realm. Long Badeo was someone who aspired to become a sage, so he really wanted to know the strength of these two people. Just as Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing were confronting each other, a figure appeared silently in the distant sky thousands of miles away. It was an old Taoist in a Taoist robe. At this moment, the aura of Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing was still rising. It was like two sages confronting each other. The powerful aura shocked all directions. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, He Tian and the others still felt an extremely strong pressure. All the living creatures in the whole area trembled in fear under the pressure of these two forces. It was as if doomsday had come. In the depths of the mountain, there was only silence and no living creature dared to make a sound. Fight! Qiu Wuqing shouted loudly. A black halberd rushed out from his body and he grabbed it. Then, he directly flew up from the top of the mountain. Boom! The mountain beneath his feet exploded the moment he soared into the air. Swoosh! In an instant, Qiu Wuqing held the halberd and smashed it down on Gu Fei's head. The powerful, mysterious force shook the void and tore the heaven and earth apart. Humph! Gu Fei punched upwards with his right fist and directly used his body to meet the opponent's black halberd. Boom! Gu Fei's punch landed squarely on the halberd that was smashing down. There was a muffled sound and countless spatial ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out with the point of impact as the center. Buzz! The void shook, and everything within a dozen miles was destroyed and turned into powder. The spatial ripples were so terrifying that even a layer of the ground below was shaved off. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. These two people were too powerful. They were far more powerful than ordinary half-sages, and had the demeanor of being invincible among those of the same level. Roar! Qiu Wuqing shouted loudly, and the heavens and earth shook. A powerful divine demon power erupted from his body, and the halberd in his hand was intertwined with the divine demon power, displaying a terrifying power. The halberd pressed Gu Fei down thousands of feet, and almost shook Gu Fei down from the sky. All right. Two beams of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. His right fist that was on the halberd vibrated with a powerful martial arts force and stopped the downward momentum. Bang! The two forces collided again, and the two figures separated at lightning speed. Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing stopped and did not attack. They were both looking at each other. The few attacks just now were extremely fast. The two of them were evenly matched, and neither could suppress the other. Of course, this was just a test attack. Buzz! At this moment, the black halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand vibrated and countless divine demon Dao patterns appeared on the halberd. Within the halberd, an extremely powerful force was awakening. This halberd was not a sacred weapon but a divine demon weapon that Qiu Wuqing had refined himself. Qiu Wuqing had branded his own Dao patterns on the halberd, and it was like a part of his body, allowing him to use it with ease. The compatibility between a self-refined divine weapon and the user was incomparable to any other divine weapon. Only a self-refined divine weapon could the owner of the divine weapon unleash the maximum power of the divine weapon. I'll just play with you. With a flip of Gu Fei's right hand, a black divine sword appeared in his hand. A cold ripple of sword qi spread from the sword. This black sword was a divine weapon that Gu Fei had refined himself, the 9 Heaven Star Sword. The divine sword was branded with 9 martial Dao mantras, and there was a trace of Dao rhythm lingering around it. A divine sword refined from the 9 Heaven Stars iron. Chapter 1820. Even in the 3 realms and 6 Daos, the 9 Heaven Stars iron was definitely a rare immortal divine material. It was a divine material exclusive to Ancient Supremes. Only Ancient Supremes could refine this immortal divine material into a divine weapon. Longbadeo and the rest would never have imagined that Gu Fei actually had a divine sword refined from the 9 Heaven Stars iron. This divine sword was obviously not an extreme divine weapon. This is a divine weapon that he refined himself, Gong Sunwang said with extreme shock. The divinity of the 9 Heaven Stars iron could not be concealed. There seemed to be spots of starlight flickering inside the black divine sword. Within the divine sword, there seemed to be an endless starry sky. Under his refinement, the 9 Heaven Stars iron in Gu Fei's hand had already transformed into a semi-sage weapon. The 9 martial incantations imprinted on the divine sword were faintly discernible. Fight! Qiu Wuqing directly charged over with the huge halberd in his hand. The black halberd was like a supreme weapon in the hands of the Grim Reaper. It emitted a strange power that could disturb one's mind. This power seemed to be able to extract one's soul from one's body. Divinity and demonic coexist. This race is incredible. Gu Fei felt great pressure. The divine demon race was extremely powerful in ancient times. The day was the god, and the night was the demon. The power of the gods and demons intertwined, and their combat power was endless. This was one of the most powerful races in ancient times. Clang. Gu Fei went up to meet it. The 9 heaven stars sword in his hand collided with the opponent's huge halberd. Dazzling sparks burst out, and a strong light streaked across the dark void, instantly illuminating the heaven and earth. The two figures quickly separated and then collided again. Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing moved quickly in the void. The divine weapons in their hands collided continuously, and the clanging sound spread out for thousands of miles. Every time they collided, there would be a strong flash of light, illuminating the heaven and earth. This person is powerful. He can actually fight with your master. On the top of a mountain hundreds of miles away, He Tian's eyes were intertwined with yin and yang divine light. He was using the yin-yang divine eye to watch the battle, because it allowed him to see the details that others could not. The god-fiend body is really powerful. Long Badeo's voice resounded. Qiu Wuqing's performance had exceeded his expectations. Qiu Wuqing was much stronger than he had imagined. He had indeed underestimated the lineage of the fallen god Sea. The extraterrestrial divine mountain was transcendent. Every generation that came out of it was extremely powerful and qualified to fight for the opportunity to become a saint. Long Badeo indeed had the right to be arrogant, but when he saw the cultivation and battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing, he couldn't help but be moved. The competition in this world is very intense. Under the heavenly Tao, there could only be one sage. As long as someone became a sage, others who wanted to become a sage would have to wait for a very long time. Only after the heavenly Tao recovered would they be able to attack the sage realm again. Therefore, no one was willing to see others become saints. However, the heavenly tribulation to break through to the sage realm had yet to appear in the human realm. Everyone who was interested in becoming a sage was preparing for it. Now was not the time. The heavenly Tao was not yet complete. What god-fiend physique? The martial physique is the strongest. Gu Zhong was somewhat disdainful. He was very confident in his master's battle prowess because the martial physique was also one of the strongest physiques in the world. Moreover, it was cultivated. Clang. The battle continued. In just a few breaths' time, the two divine weapons had collided thousands of times. The powerful impact made Qiu Wuqing's hands a little numb. The opponent's strength made Qiu Wuqing's battle intent boil. He had always pursued the strongest power. Meeting such an opponent would only make him more excited. Be careful. The god-fiend power in Qiu Wuqing's body was vast and mighty. Divine and demonic patterns appeared and intertwined on his body. His power was still increasing, as if there was no end to it. Buzz. The halberd in his hand was vibrating. The Tao patterns that were imprinted in the halberd were all awakened. This was a power so powerful that even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Swoosh. With just a light wave, a large area of the void collapsed. The halberd became even more terrifying. It actually almost smashed Gu Fei's 9 heaven stars sword away. Gu Fei was forced to retreat again. This was the second time. There had never been anyone who could force him to retreat twice in a row. This was unprecedented. Martial artists were invincible in the same rank. An ordinary half-sage who met Gu Fei was like a child meeting an adult. How could a child defeat an adult? However, the situation was different now. The god-fiend body was really powerful. Qiu Wuqing could completely control the divine and demonic powers in his body. The intertwining of the two powers could give him almost endless combat power. The power of the halberd in Qiu Wuqing's hand increased by almost 3 times in an instant. If it was someone else, the divine weapon in his hand would probably be sent flying with a sweep of the halberd. However, it was a pity that Qiu Wuqing met Gu Fei. The power of the martial body was displayed at this moment. Not only did the 9 heaven stars sword in Gu Fei's hand not fly out, but it also exploded with a divine light. Buzz. The divine sword vibrated and the 9 martial mantras inside the divine sword lit up. The sage Taoist rhymes surrounded it. At this moment, the divine weapon seemed to have turned into a sacred weapon. The most intense collision occurred. The power of the divine weapons in the hands of the two experts were fully activated. Xiao Wuqing could no longer force Gu Fei to retreat. The halberd and the divine sword collided continuously. A large area of the void was annihilated. The two experts even fought into the broken void and into the chaos. The human race martial body has become strong. Thousands of miles up in the sky, the old man sighed. The combat power displayed by Gu Fei moved him. This was a powerful opponent. With such a war god on the road to becoming a saint, it would be very difficult for others to surpass him. The road to becoming a saint in this life was likely to be filled with blood. Rumble, Gu Fei and Xiao Wuqing directly broke through the void and rushed out of the chaos. At this point in the battle, they still had not used their trump cards. Both of their hands were dripping with blood as they held onto their divine weapons. The powerful impact had caused their palms to split open and bloody wounds to appear on their palms. At this moment, many figures appeared in this area. Some powerful existences had finally arrived. The battle between Gu Fei and Xiao Wuqing had caused a huge impact. Even cultivators thousands of miles away could sense it. Powerful cultivators were very sensitive to the fluctuations of the qi of heaven and earth. They could sense the changes in this part of the world. More and more people rushed over. This caused the two who were in the middle of the battle to frown. Among these people, there were even enemies of Gu Fei. Under such circumstances, Gu Fei had to be careful and guard against sneak attacks from the enemies in the dark. Roar. Gu Fei wanted to end the battle as soon as possible and no longer held anything back. With a furious roar, a heaven-shaking power erupted from his body, causing the entire world to tremble under the might of this power. What? Chapter 1821. The commotion caused by the battle between Gu Fei and Xiao Wuqing was too great. At this point in time, powerful existences started to rush to the vicinity to watch the battle after knowing the location of the battle. Roar. At this moment, Gu Fei no longer held back and directly displayed the secret skill of rising to heaven. His battle strength instantly increased by 10 times, and the powerful force caused the entire world to shake. Using the secret skill of rising to heaven with the cultivation of a semi-saint, the increase of battle strength by 10 times made Gu Fei's strength infinitely close to that of a sage. Streaks of martial arts Dao patterns emerged on his body and interweaved with Dao and truth. Bam! Xiao Wuqing was sent flying by the sudden explosion of powerful force. The black halberd in his hand trembled continuously and almost flew out of his hand. How is this possible? Xiao Wuqing was really shocked. The other party had only displayed his true battle strength at this moment, and the scene that happened was simply unbelievable to him. Boss is finally going to show his true strength. He Tian couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Under the effect of the power of the secret skill of rising to heaven, Gu Fei's battle strength increased by 10 times. The God-fiend body couldn't possibly compete with this power. Humph! Even the God-fiend body is going to be destroyed. Gu Zhong also spoke. He had also cultivated the secret skill of rising to heaven. He was very clear about the heaven-defying power of this secret skill. A martial artist was already very powerful, and a martial artist who displayed the secret skill of rising to heaven could simply be described as abnormal. Lose for me. Gu Fei's voice was full of confidence. Among those of the same level, there was absolutely no one who could take a punch from him when he was in the state of rising to heaven. Even the God-fiend body couldn't do it. Bam! He directly threw a punch at Xiao Wuqing, who was sent flying. It wasn't a divine skill or an immortal path divine skill. This punch only displayed the purest strength. The powerful force caused the heavens and earth to collapse. Without any suspense, the black halberd in Xiao Wuqing's hand was sent flying. After that, his entire body was blown up by this punch and turned into a cloud of blood mist. He really destroyed the God-fiend body. Seeing this scene, even Long Badeo, who came from the extraterrestrial divine mountain, said with a trembling voice. Gu Fei's punch was so strong that even the celestial demon body could not bear it. This was one of the strongest constitutions that had ever appeared in ancient times. At this moment, this strongest constitution seemed to be nothing in front of Gu Fei. Is Xiao Wuqing dead? Gong Sun Wang was dumbfounded. He was truly stunned by the scene in front of him. Gu Fei had destroyed the god-demon physique with a single punch. His battle prowess was heaven-defying. "That's a god-fiend body," someone exclaimed in surprise. Roar. There was a powerful spiritual roaring in the void, and the blood mist that had exploded suddenly stopped moving. Then, it instantly gathered at the center. Rumble. The power of divinity and demonic nature intertwined, and the blood mist disappeared. A figure appeared before everyone's eyes, and the mighty power of gods and demons filled the air. Many people were surprised that Qiu Wuqing could survive such a powerful punch. If it was someone else, he would have been killed. Fight. A figure walked out. With a wave of his hand, a black halberd flew back from afar and landed in his hand. A powerful battle intent emanated from his body. His black hair danced wildly, and one of his eyes was like a divine sun, emitting the most unyielding and holy power of divinity. His other eye was like a black sun, shooting out rays of black light and mighty demonic nature. Qiu Wuqing did not die under Gu Fei's punch. Moreover, the power of the bloodline in his body seemed to have awakened and turned into a terrifying and powerful god-fiend. As expected. But so what? It doesn't change anything. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The god-fiend body would not be destroyed so easily, especially when it had reached Qiu Wuqing's level of cultivation. It had already reached the point where it could be reborn from a drop of blood. Although he had turned Qiu Wuqing into a blood mist with a punch, he was unable to destroy the blood mist completely. Of course, he did not really want to kill Qiu Wuqing. This battle was just a spar. Although there was a risk of death, he did not intend to kill Qiu Wuqing. It was the same for Qiu Wuqing. Although his battle intent was boiling, there was no shocking killing intent emanating from his body. His goal was simple, which was to fight with all his might. He only wanted to prove his cultivation and strength, and did not intend to kill. Only people like Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing, who sought the strongest power the most, could do so. Buzz. Qiu Wuqing did not say anything. The halberd in his hand slashed towards Gu Fei. The mighty power of gods and demons bloomed on the halberd, and a large area of the void was destroyed. Bang! Gu Fei's hand slapped out and collided with the halberd. The halberd vibrated with destructive power, but it could not hurt Gu Fei's hand. Boom! The power of Gu Fei's hand exploded completely, and the halberd flew out of Qiu Wuqing's hand once again. Qiu Wuqing's hands were badly mutilated, and he was sent flying. Too strong. Qiu Wuqing knew that he was defeated in the end. This person was too strong, and he might only be able to fight with him if he used that thing. However, that thing could not be used at this time. Even if he had activated the divine demon bloodline, Qiu Wuqing was still not Gu Fei's opponent. He was defeated in the end, and it was not an unjust defeat. Gu Fei did not continue to attack. The end of the battle was within everyone's expectations, but it could also be said that it was unexpected. He Tian and the others did not expect that Qiu Wuqing could actually force Gu Fei to use the secret technique of ascension. The others also had a deeper understanding of Gu Fei. The human race martial body had already matured, and had truly risen to become a peerless expert in the human world. No force dared to look down on the human race martial body anymore. Even Long Badeo, who came from the extraterrestrial divine mountain, was silent at this time. The human race martial body was too strong, and even the number one person in the divine sea had been defeated by him. No one could not be moved by such a battle record. Gu Fei, He Tian, and the others left the mountain range. They were going to Dragon Emperor City to pick up Hengxiong and the others, and then leave Dragon Emperor City. Since he had already taken in Hengxiong and the others, Gu Fei had an idea in his mind. He wanted to build a force that could compete with the forces of the ancient antiquity. Moreover, in the depths of his heart, he still wanted to rebuild the Taishan sect, but it seemed impossible now, because he still had no news of the disciples of the Taishan sect. However, just as they were about to enter Dragon Emperor City, Long Badeo caught up with them. "Brother Gu, please wait." Long Badeo stopped Gu Fei and the others. "Brother Long, what can I do for you?" Gu Fei cupped his hands and said to Long Badeo. Long Badeo hid his aura very well. He had been hiding his aura with a secret treasure so that others could not see through him. People who came out of the forbidden area were all very mysterious. Gu Fei was not willing to contact these people. Haha, I don't dare to teach you anything. I just want to invite you to a place with me. Long Badeo said. What place? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. It's like this. When a senior of my extraterrestrial divine mountain was traveling in the human realm, he obtained an ancient map. The ancient map recorded the location of an ancient sage's cave mansion. Long Badeo said such words. What? The cave mansion of the sage Gu Fei. Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be moved. They had never seen the cave mansion of an ancient sage. This is a complete cave mansion. The senior of my extraterrestrial divine mountain once went there and almost died. Long Badeo continued. The cave mansion of the sage Gu Fei is not an ordinary place. He Tian pondered. Even the people of the extraterrestrial divine mountain almost died there. The cave mansion must be protected by a powerful formation, and it just so happened that he was a formation master. He Tian was a little moved. Others couldn't enter the cave mansion, but it didn't mean that he couldn't. Master, you see. Gu Zhong looked at Gu Fei. Gu Zhong looked at Gu Fei. He also wanted to go and take a look. One must know that it was a complete cave dwelling left behind by an ancient sage. How many such places could there be in the world? Well, there's no harm in seeing it. Gu Fei nodded and accepted Long Badeo's invitation. Very well, we will leave in 10 days. Long Badeo was very happy. Gu Fei's battle prowess was obvious to all. With his participation, the chances of successfully opening this ancient sage's abode had increased by a few points. Why 10 days? He Tian asked. Haha, these 10 days are for Qiu Wuqing to heal. I have already made an appointment with Qiu Wuqing. Long Badeo explained the reason. Qiu Wuqing was defeated by Gu Fei, and he needed 10 days to recuperate. 10 days and he will recover. He Tian and Gu Zhong glanced at each other, and they were both extremely shocked. After all, Qiu Wuqing was injured by Gu Fei, yet he only needed 10 days to recover. This Qiu Wuqing was really extraordinary. Godly demon body. Interesting. A light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes. Qiu Wuqing was injured by him. He knew very well that if it was an ordinary half-sage, it would be impossible to fully recover without a year or two of recuperation. However, Qiu Wuqing only needed 10 days to recover. Godly demon body was really powerful. No wonder it was one of the most powerful physiques in ancient times. Even compared to human martial body, it was not much weaker. Okay, Gu Fei nodded. Then, he led Gu Zhong and He Tian into Dragon Emperor City. At this moment, the result of the duel between Gu Fei and Qiu Wuqing had long been spread across Dragon Emperor City. Human martial body defeated godly demon body, which shocked all the powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City. Even the most powerful one in Deity's Ocean couldn't defeat Gu Fei. Gu Fei was really unrivaled among his peers. When all the cultivators in the city were talking about this event, Long Badeo was secretly making an appointment with those powerhouses in the city. By contrast, Gu Fei and the others were enjoying a rare tranquility. 10 days soon passed. That ancient sage's cave mansion seemed to be very attractive to those powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City. Chapter 1822. The fact that Gu Fei had defeated the god demon physique shocked everyone. Even some experts of the older generation were afraid of him. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. Even some experts of the older generation might not be able to defeat Gu Fei. He was almost invincible among the half-sages. However, many people had various means that could instantly increase their cultivation and battle strength. Qiu Wuqing still had a trump card that he didn't use in the battle with Gu Fei. Those who had walked out of the forbidden land of life all had something to rely on. The power of such an inheritance was unfathomable. 10 days was not a short period of time. Gu Fei and the others lived in a courtyard provided by Zhongli Ming. Zhongli Ming could make friends with Gu Fei. She knew that with Gu Fei's cultivation and battle strength, his name would definitely be on the path to becoming a sage. In this generation, there would be a once-in-a-lifetime golden momentum. The fight on the path to becoming a sage would definitely be unprecedentedly fierce. This was destined to be a path built of blood and bones. Since the late prehistoric era, Becoming a sage had become the lifelong goal of all living beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths. As long as there was a glimmer of hope to become a sage, no one would be willing to give it up. This was because as long as one became a sage, the great Tao of heaven and earth would be under the feet of the sage. They would be invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Unless an extreme Tao Supreme was born, there would only be one person in the world, sage. That guy Longbadeo has been jumping around like a flea these days. He seems to have a date with many people. Tian was back. He was not a person who could stay calm. If he didn't find something to do, his hands would be itchy. These days, some precious treasures were stolen from Dragon Emperor City from time to time. Without asking, Gu Fei and the others knew that it was Tian's doing. Moreover, when this guy went crazy, he didn't even recognize his own family. Even a magical herb that was preserved by the Zhongli clan was stolen by this guy, causing chaos in the Zhongli clan for a few days. In the end, it was Zhongli Ming who came to the courtyard and complained to Gu Fei, asking for the divine herb back. Uncle Master, hey, if you want a magical herb, you can ask my master. It's just a magical herb. My master has a lot of it, Gu Zhong said. My hands were itchy. Tian blushed and felt a bit embarrassed. The Zhongli clan's divine herb wasn't some peerless divine herb, but it was only 7,000 to 8,000 years old. It wasn't a young herb king. However, this stock of godly medicine had been cultivated by the Zhongli family for thousands of years. If they really couldn't find it, the ancestor of the Zhongli family who cultivated the godly medicine would probably vomit blood. If they couldn't find it, the old ancestor of the Zhongli clan would vomit blood. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. He had a lot of divine herbs, and those few divine springs of life were surrounded by divine herbs. There were young herb kings, great herb kings, and even immortal herb. If there was anyone in this world who had the least amount of divine medicine, it would definitely be Gu Fei. Master, we're really going to explore that sage abode? Gu Zhong said. Not only did Longbadeo invite them, but he also invited others. What was he doing? Didn't he know that there were too many monks and not enough gruel? Normally, if someone found the abode, they wouldn't let everyone know about it. Of course, they wouldn't let others know about it and go search for treasures themselves. Unless the formation of the abode was so powerful that even people from beyond Heaven Divine Mountain couldn't break it, then Longbadeo would come out and invite others to break the formation. We'll act according to the situation, Gu Fei said. They had gone through all kinds of places, including the immortal divine city left behind by a sovereign. How could they not go through a mere sage abode? Tian and Gu Zhong nodded. Although Gu Fei had said it lightly, it was still the cave dwelling of an ancient sage after all. It was extraordinary. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives there. Get ready. We'll meet up with Longbadeo in a few hours. Gu Fei looked at the sky and said,
Yes.
Gu Zhong and old Jiao retreated, but Erebus did not leave. He took out a bottle of bejeweled nectar and drank it by himself. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. Boss, no matter how I think about it, something doesn't seem right. Perhaps this Longbadeo is really plotting something. Tian was a little uneasy. Longbadeo's actions were too unusual. No one knew what his purpose was, but Tian's perception of unknown danger was still somewhat accurate. Who cares what he's up to? It's useless against me. Gu Fei was very confident. Although he couldn't see through Longbadeo, he couldn't be stronger than the number 1 person who came out of the God-fallen sea. After chatting for a while, Gu Fei also turned around and went back to his room. Sky beyond heaven. In the courtyard, Erebus was left alone, pouring himself a cup of wine. Evening came, and the sunset glow was like blood. A few blood-colored clouds floated in the sky. A flock of returning birds flew south and disappeared into the horizon. It's time. In the room in the courtyard, Gu Fei, who was sitting on a futon, opened his eyes. At this time, Zhong Liming also came to the courtyard. In fact, the moment Zhong Liming stepped into the courtyard, Gu Fei knew that she had come. At this time, Gu Zhong, old Jiao, and Tian all came out and came to the door of Gu Fei's room, quietly waiting outside. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. He stood up unhurriedly, then tidied up his clothes, opened the door, and walked out. Let's go. Gu Fei just glanced at the crowd and walked towards the courtyard. Brother Gu, how about taking me with you? At this moment, Zhong Liming hurriedly said. She was well informed and naturally knew that Long Badeo had been constantly inviting people in Dragon Emperor City over the past 10 days. The cave mansion left by an ancient sage was irresistible for all those who aspired to become a sage. However, the people that Long Badeo invited were all the top figures in the southern wilderness, or overlords from other regions. Zhong Liming's cultivation was not that strong, so he naturally did not catch Long Badeo's attention. Furthermore, Zhong Liming and Long Badeo were actually not that close. They were just ordinary acquaintances. Of course, Long Badeo would not take her with him to explore the cave mansion. Zhong Liming was also ambitious. She was not satisfied with the current situation. Take you. Hearing this, Gu Fei became stunned. He really did not think that Zhong Liming wanted to explore the cave mansion of the ancient sage. No wonder she appeared here on time. Take a burden. He Tian glanced at Zhong Liming, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, Zhong Liming was not even comparable to old Jiao. It was very inconvenient for him to take her with him. He would not waste his time to take care of this woman. How about it? Take me with you. Zhong Liming really wanted to see it. She knew that only Gu Fei could protect her in that place. If it was someone else, she would not feel reassured. Gu Fei shook his head. The cave mansion of the ancient sage was not an ordinary place. If even people from extraterrestrial Immortal Mountain could not break into that place, it would definitely be very dangerous. Brother Gu, if I know where the Shangqing sect is, can you take me there? Seeing that Gu Fei was about to leave, Zhong Liming hurriedly said. What? Gu Fei's expression changed. Zhong Liming actually knew where the Shangqing sect was. But after thinking about it, he realized that there was no reason for Zhong Liming to lie to him. The Shangqing sect had gone into seclusion and no one knew where the people of the Shangqing sect were. Gu Fei knew that it was almost impossible to find the Shangqing sect with his own strength. All right, Gu Fei nodded. The Shangqing sect and the Guangxing Immortal sect were two of the three great sections. Back in the mortal world, the three great sects were extremely powerful. But now, they no longer lived up to their name. The Supreme Mystery sect was destroyed, the Shangqing sect disappeared, and the Guangxing Immortal sect became a part of the Zhou clan. All of this happened in the past few hundred years. Gu Fei wanted to find the Shangqing sect, so he agreed to Zhong Liming's request. She knows where the Shangqing sect is. Is that true? Gu Zhong and He Tian didn't believe it. After all, the Shangqing sect had disappeared for hundreds of years. Even the ancient wilderness forces didn't know where it was. The Zhongli clan wasn't a top cultivation force in the southern wilderness. At this time, it was almost time to meet up with Long Badeo. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei and the others came to the courtyard and soared into the sky, flying towards the outside of Dragon Emperor City. When Gu Fei and the others set off, over 10 people were standing on the top of a mountain over 600 miles away in the south of Dragon Emperor City. They didn't speak at all. Besides the roar of the mountain wind, they became silent. Brother Long, it's been half an hour. Is that person coming or not? Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was a middle-aged cultivator. He seemed to be getting impatient from waiting. Who is that person? Why did he make us wait for so long? After the middle-aged cultivator spoke, the others didn't stay silent anymore. Every single one of these people was extremely powerful. Even Xiao Wuqing, who had fought with Gu Fei 10 days ago, was standing among this group of people. Let's wait a bit. That person is coming. Once he arrives, we'll set off immediately, said Long Badeo. He was a bit anxious. Gu Fei hadn't arrived yet, so it was difficult for him to suppress these people. After all, these people were overlord-level existences. There was also a teleportation platform on the mountain. It was prepared by Long Badeo. As long as everyone arrived, they could use the teleportation platform to directly teleport to the nearby area of the ancient sage's cave mansion. Who is that person? Why did we wait for so long? These people had arrived early, but they didn't know that the person Long Badeo was waiting for was Gu Fei. With that person's help, our chances of breaking through the ancient sage's battle will increase by half, said Long Badeo. Could that person be? Chapter 1823. It's really him. When Gu Fei and his group arrived, everyone was taken aback. Longbadeo really invited this person. He was a ruthless character. No wonder Longbadeo said that with this person, the chances of successfully breaking through the great formation of the ancient sages would increase by 50%. Gu Fei's battle prowess was obvious to all. Even Azure Dragon and Qiu Wuqing were no match for him. It could be said that he was invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Among those of the same generation, there was almost no one who was a match for him. Let's go. When Gu Fei arrived, Longbadeo directly activated the formation platform. Everyone boarded the formation platform and then disappeared in a flash of divine light. Using the formation platform to teleport through the void, this method could avoid the tracking of some experts. Of course, there was still a risk, because if it was in existence like Ghost Emperor Fengdu, even if he used the formation platform, he still wouldn't be able to escape the tracking of such experts. These people are very careful. After Gu Fei and his group disappeared, a few figures appeared on the top of the mountain. When these people arrived, the entire formation platform's spiritual qi completely disappeared. After the spiritual qi completely disappeared, the formation platform began to crack and then turned into a pile of dust. However, most formation platforms were refined from spirit stones or jade stones that contained spiritual qi. After the spiritual qi in these spirit stones and jade stones was exhausted, they would turn into dust. The formation platform collapsed and turned into dust, leaving nothing behind. On the top of the mountain, the few figures surrounded the pile of dust and looked at it for a while before leaving. The formation platform no longer existed, so they couldn't track Gu Fei, Longbadeo, and the others. Where is this? In just a few breaths of time, Gu Fei and the others arrived at a desolate place. Beneath their feet was an array platform, which did not crumble into dust after they arrived. Everywhere they looked, there was a kind of red sand. On the ground, on the hills, there was no living thing, not even a blade of grass. Even Gu Fei frowned. With his eyesight, he couldn't see any signs of life, nor could he sense a trace of life. How is this possible? When they lifted their heads to look at the sky, they saw a massive life star above their heads. It was so massive that it could shake people's souls. That is the Tonglong continent. It can also become the Tonglong star. Longbadeo said. This life star was so big that even Gu Fei and He Tian's realms were shocked to the extreme. We actually left the Tonglong continent. Someone screamed in fear. It was too amazing. After several breaths, they had left that massive life star. The place they were currently in was a barren planet in the starry sky. There was no life here, and all they could see were red sand, stones, or hills. Of course, there were no mountain ridges here. The terrain was simple and monotonous, consisting of sand, rocks, and hills. The ancient sage's abode is on this planet. Someone voiced out the doubt in his heart. How could the cave of an ancient sage be in this barren land? This seemed a little unusual. The place where the cave abode of the ancient sages was located should be a paradise at the very least. Such a distance. What moved Gu Fei was that in just a few breaths, they had actually arrived on a planet that was very far away from the Tonglong star. People who came from the extraterrestrial divine mountain were indeed capable. Even a cultivator like Gu Fei, who had the fastest speed in the world, would take a lot of time to fly back to the life star above their heads. After some people recognized where they were, they couldn't help but change their expressions. Brother Long, you are going too far. Someone was unhappy. They had never thought that the cave abode of an ancient sage was not on the Tonglong continent, but on a barren planet. I never said that the cave abode of an ancient sage was on the Tonglong continent. Longbadeo said, since we are here, let's go and explore the cave abode. Gu Fei said, they only had one purpose in coming here, and that was the cave abode of the sage. It was the cave abode that attracted these people here. Yes. Qiu Wuqing, who had been silent all this while, also nodded. When the crowd heard this, they did not say anything. Since they were already here, it seemed unreasonable not to go and explore the cave abode of the ancient sage. Boom! At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from afar. Everyone felt the ground under their feet shake. What's going on? Just when everyone was in doubt, Gu Fei and the others had already soared into the sky and rushed in the direction of the sound. When everyone saw this, they suddenly came to their senses. They quickly soared into the sky and chased in the direction where Gu Fei and the others disappeared. Rumble. The ground shook. Waves of air shot up into the sky from the ground in front of them, forming red pillars of air. Each pillar of air was thousands of feet high. A strong wave came from the depths of the ground. So it is like this, Gu Fei muttered to himself. This vast planet was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. Under the ground, there were powerful beings fighting each other. Boom. At this moment, the ground in front of them suddenly caved in. Then, a huge creature broke out of the ground. A powerful and dangerous aura spread out from the creature's body. A big scorpion. Everyone was shocked. The creature that came out from the ground was actually a black scorpion that was as big as a mountain. Bang! In another place, a huge red snake rushed out. Powerful waves of energy spread out in all directions. This was a terrifying and incomparably powerful beast. The battle between the scorpion and the red snake was earth-shattering. Gu Fei and the others didn't make a move. They were extremely shocked. The cultivation and battle prowess of these two ominous beasts were at the half-step saint realm. No one could have imagined that such level of ominous beasts would exist on a barren planet. The half-step saint beasts were incomparably powerful. The black scorpion and the red snake were fighting. The entire area was collapsing, the void was shaking, and the power of destruction swept out in all directions. The arrival of everyone also alarmed the two half-step saint beasts that were fighting. The arrival of more than a dozen powerful existences was enough to deter a half-step saint ferocious beast when their powerful aura converged. The two half-step saint beasts stopped. Kill. Chapter 1824. On the surface, there seemed to be no life on the red star. However, there were powerful beasts of the half-saint level fighting here. Gu Fei and the others had set foot on this star in search of the ancient sage's cave abode. A black scorpion that was as large as a mountain was fighting with a giant red snake. Both beasts were powerful existences of the half-saint level. The tragic aura that they exuded shook the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Qiu Wuqing made his move. Swoosh! A black light flashed, and the mountain-like scorpion was split into two halves. Stinking black blood rained down from the sky like a rain of black blood. Everyone was shocked. Qiu Wuqing's combat strength was indeed amazing. That was a half-saint level beast, but it was split in half just like that. Buzz. The black halberd vibrated. Even the primordial spirit of the black scorpion was shattered. It was completely destroyed. Boom. At this moment, the giant red snake that was fighting with the black scorpion rushed down from the sky. It broke through the ground and tried to escape. Qiu Wuqing only needed to make his move. At this moment, a divine arrow shot past Qiu Wuqing's side and hit the huge red snake directly. The huge red snake immediately hissed, and its entire body was enveloped by a divine fire. The divine fire burned from within the red divine body. There were Dao patterns flashing in the fire. This was a type of Dao fire. It was very terrifying and could burn the soul and body of living creatures. Even a half-saint level beast would be destroyed if it was burned by this Dao fire. Soon, the red snake was burned to ashes by the Dao fire. The person who attacked was a masked woman. She held a divine bow in her hand. The divine bow was surrounded by Dao fire, giving off a scorching feeling. An expert of the Vermilion Bird clan. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect this woman to have such combat strength. She could easily kill a powerful half-saint level beast. The intelligence of a half-saint level beast was no less than that of a human, especially a powerful beast that had lived for countless years. The people invited by Long Badeo were all extraordinary. Gu Fei and He Tian looked at each other. They could feel a wave of pressure from the woman with the divine bow. She was a powerful opponent. Other than Long Badeo, no one knew the origin of this woman. All right, let's continue our journey. Long Ba Dao knew where the ancient sage's abode was. He led the crowd to walk forward. The Scarlet Star was very big. It seemed to be no smaller than any region in the Tunglong continent. Of course, compared to the soaring dragon star, this great scarlet star was nothing. It was not even 100,000th of the soaring dragon star. Who knew how many such stars there were in the vast sea of stars? No one would have thought that there would be a cave abode left behind by an ancient sage on the vast red planet that could often be seen in the starry sky. After they walked for a few thousand miles, waves of terrifying fluctuations came from the front. Very soon, everyone saw a scene that made their hair stand on end. The ground in front of them was densely packed with fist-sized horned ants. These horned ants looked like they were made of metal, and there was a black light flowing on their surface. What are these things? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. This group of horned ants had gathered into a black torrent and rushed forward. Everywhere it passed, the red earth was covered by the black horned ants. A single horned ant wasn't scary, but a large group of them, with no end in sight, was frightening. Countless horned ants gathered together to form a terrifying aura. Even a half-saint-level existence could not help but palpitate. This was the so-called ants can kill an elephant. What is that? Tion's eyes were sharp. He suddenly saw a small black dot above the horned ants. These black dots were moving very fast and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. What? Everyone was shocked. These black dots were actually horned ants that could fly. These horned ants were different from the ones on the ground. They had golden stripes on their bodies. Could it be that these horned ants are the extinct black and gold ants? The masked woman's voice rang out. Black and gold ants. Everyone's expressions changed. This kind of ant was a terrifying species that had appeared in the desolate era. They specialized in eating metal, so they were also called metal-eating ants. This kind of black and gold ant's body was very strong. Ordinary divine weapons couldn't even cut through it. However, they also had a weakness. They were afraid of divine flames. Fire could subdue metal, and this was the black and gold ant's fatal weakness. Everyone turned to look at that mysterious woman. This woman was a flame cultivator. Her divine flames had most likely been cultivated to the point of perfection. Furthermore, she had a divine bow that could shoot divine fire arrows. Swish. Just as everyone was hesitating, those black and gold ants that could fly already flew towards them, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were densely packed, leaving everyone stupefied. Boom! The masked woman made her move. With a wave of her hand, divine flames shot out from her hand, sweeping out in all directions, incinerating the flying black and gold ants into ashes. Squeak, squeak. Countless black and gold ants were burned by the divine flames, emitting strange noises. They fell from the sky and turned into ashes, dissipating into the air. The five elements reinforced and restrained each other. The black and gold ants had devoured metal essence, giving them a powerful body that not even divine weapons could injure. However, they were afraid of divine flames. The masked woman shot out divine flames, and very quickly, a large number of black and gold ants were burned to death. The remaining black and gold ants sensed danger and fled in all directions. There seems to be an ant queen among these black and gold ants. Tion couldn't help but be moved when he saw this. After devouring metal essence, the black and gold ants could transform into incomparably powerful ant queens after countless years of transformation. The ant queen was different from ordinary black and gold ants. It had already gained intelligence and knew how to cultivate. Its strength was no weaker than the two half-step saints from before. An ant queen. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Ordinary black and gold ants were nothing, but an ant queen was something that everyone was afraid of. One must know that an ant queen had the combat strength of a half-step saint at the very least. Moreover, this ant queen could control countless black and gold ants. Brother Long, what is this place? Why does such an ancient creature exist here? Someone asked Longbadeo. This red planet was not simple at all. Even extinct ancient creatures had appeared here. It was hard for them to imagine what was waiting for them ahead. Brother Hong, if it was so easy to enter the ancient sage's cave, it would have been emptied by that ancestor of my clan long ago. Would it still be our turn? Chapter 1825. It was not easy to barge into the cave of an ancient sage. There would definitely be a formation set up by the sage in the vicinity of the sage's cave to protect it. Just as Long Badeo had said, it was not so easy to enter the abode of an ancient sage. The black and gold ants retreated. The mysterious woman's divine fire was very powerful. It had already transformed into flames of the way, and it was the bane of the black and gold ants. Although there were many of them, they could not withstand the burning of the divine fire. There were so many black and gold ants on this vast planet. This made everyone a little excited. There must be a lot of refined gold underground. It should be known that the black and gold ants fed on refined gold. Whoosh! Hei-Tian's figure disappeared. Very quickly, he reappeared. This time, he was holding a piece of metal with alternating black and gold stripes on it. Everyone could sense the spirit chi ripples on this piece of black iron gold. This was a rare divine material, and a flying sword refined from this kind of divine metal would be incomparably sharp. It was a refining material at the almighty level. Hei-Tian had only disappeared for a short while, yet he had already obtained a piece of black iron god gold. This caused the others to be extremely envious. In the depths of this scarlet planet, there was most likely a huge vein of black iron god gold. If this news got out, all the cultivation forces on the soaring dragon planet would definitely flock to this place. This is for you. Hei-Tian gave the piece of black iron gold, which was the size of a human head, to Zhongli Ming, who was beside him. You're really giving it to me? Zhongli Ming was both surprised and happy. She had broken through to the almighty level not long ago, and she needed a piece of divine metal to refine her life divine weapon. Refining a life divine weapon could not be done casually. Zhongli Ming was not the most outstanding person in the Zhongli family, so she had not received the full support of the family. No. Yes. Zhongli Ming hurriedly took the piece of black iron gold. This was a very rare refining material, and its value was definitely not lower than a young king medicine. How could she not want it? Furthermore, Zhongli Ming did not intend to sell this black iron godly metal. She wanted to use it for herself. Compared to other major powers, the Zhongli clan's cultivation resources weren't abundant. Thus, the clan's cultivation resources were all provided to the few most outstanding individuals in the clan. Although Zhongli Ming appeared to be very impressive, she was actually lacking in cultivation resources. A piece of divine black gold metal was nothing to Hei-Tian. It was just a material for refining weapons at the mighty figure level. He was already a half-sage and had no use for such divine metal. In fact, this fellow also wanted to refine a half-sacred weapon of his own, but his standards were very high, and ordinary divine materials couldn't catch his eye. In fact, he had long since set his eyes on the immortal divine materials in Gu Fei's hands. Some people were envious that Hei-Tian had obtained such a large piece of godly black gold metal. They also used great techniques to break open the ground and go deep underground, wanting to collect the godly black gold metal. However, that person quickly escaped. There were many divine materials in the depths of the scarlet earth, but there were endless black and gold ants below. Even an incomparably powerful cultivator would find it difficult to deal with so many black and gold ants underground. The reason these black and gold ants had appeared here was very likely because their nest was nearby. The legendary Ant Queen made these cultivators even more fearful. Let's go. Staying here is purely a waste of time, someone said. Other than Gu Fei's group, Long Badeo had also invited 12 other experts. Among these experts, some were unfathomable because they had used secret treasures to conceal their auras. Some did not have secret treasures, so their cultivation and strength were not a secret. It could be said that none of the people invited by Long Badeo were weak. They were all overlord-level existences. With such a group of people gathered together, there was nowhere in the world that they couldn't go. Everyone continued forward. How could the allure of the divine black gold metal compare to that of the ancient sage's cave abode? However, the journey was not peaceful. This scarlet planet was not simple. There seemed to be some kind of power obscuring the aura of this planet. Could it be? Hei-Tian felt that it was a bit unbelievable. If it was really as he had guessed, then the ancient sage's power was frighteningly great. What is that? On the scarlet planet, the area was incomparably vast. Gu Fei's group had traveled for tens of thousands of miles, but they still had not reached the end. At this time, a huge black stone tablet suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone, be careful. Past this stone tablet is the range of the ancient sage's great formation. An ancestor of extraterrestrial divine mountain had once broken into this ancient sage's cave abode. Longbadeo naturally knew some of the truth about this cave abode. Finally here. Some people were excited, but others were also uneasy. The ancient sage's cave abode was not that easy to break into. Everyone approached the black stone tablet and saw that it was thousands of feet high. It stood on the ground like an insurmountable mountain, blocking everyone's path. "There are words on the stone tablet," someone exclaimed. Just as that person was exclaiming, he suddenly seemed to be hit by something. He shouted and almost fell from the sky. "What's wrong?" Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. "Don't look at that word." Gu Fei's voice rang out. Although his voice wasn't very loud, it was clearly transmitted into everyone's heart. It was like a sudden blow to their heads, waking them up with a start. So close, Zhong Liming's face paled. She couldn't help but look at the word on the stone tablet. However, with just a single glance, her soul was almost pulled out of her body by a strange force and was swallowed by the word on the stone tablet. Good move. Gu Fei soared into the sky and arrived in front of the ancient word on the stone tablet. The martial true power in his body was vast and mighty, and rays of chi aura revolved around his body. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Gu Fei's chi was too strong. It was as if he was an invincible war god from the ancient times. Among everyone present, only he dared to stare at the ancient word on the stone tablet. Boom! Gu Fei's divine sense felt a violent tremor. Then, a hazy world appeared in front of him. This was the world inside the ancient word on the stone tablet. His spiritual will entered such a space. Kill. All of a sudden, an earth-shattering roar resounded in this hazy world. Then, Gu Fei realized that in front of him, there were countless silhouettes. Every single one of these silhouettes was incomparably powerful. They formed into a torrent that rushed towards him. What? Gu Fei didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying killing intent. He couldn't help but be taken aback. The countless silhouettes that were rushing towards him gathered together, forming an extremely terrifying killing intent. If it was anyone else, they would have been scared silly. Chapter 1826. An ancient stone tablet stood tall on the red ground. On the stone tablet, there was only one ancient word. No one could recognize this word. However, everyone knew what it was. This was because there was a kind of Tao aura on the word, which transmitted the same message to everyone. That message was death. This was a stone tablet with the word death carved on it. The words were incomparably ancient, at least from the ancient desolate era. Longbadeo seemed to know how powerful the word death on the stone tablet was. He didn't dare to look at it directly. The crowd almost fell for it too. Fortunately, Gu Fei shouted at the critical moment, waking everyone up. However, Gu Fei soared into the sky and arrived in front of the death character. He carefully observed and studied the death character. Boom! Endless murderous intent rushed towards him. Gu Fei's divine sense entered a strange world. This was a kind of artistic conception contained in the word death on the stone tablet. In the blurry world, a shocking murderous intent burst out. Countless illusory figures wielding divine weapons rushed towards Gu Fei. Rumble. The world shook as if there was a huge army charging at them. That imposing manner shocked the heavens, causing even the legs of half-saints to turn soft. Unfortunately, Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary half-saint. Roar. Facing the shocking murderous intent, he let out a roar. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he charged forward with the 9 heaven stars sword, facing the army alone. At this moment, in front of the word death on the stone tablet, Gu Fei's true body suddenly burst out with a shocking battle intent. A purple-gold divine light shone from his forehead. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand why Gu Fei would suddenly do this. It was as if he was fighting with someone. This kind of powerful aura was not unfamiliar to them, especially Qiu Wuqing. 10 days ago, He had just fought with Gu Fei. He knew that the current Gu Fei and Gu Fei were very dangerous. What is he doing? Everyone was bewildered when they saw Gu Fei's expression, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Could it be that the word death caused Gu Fei to have no choice but to go all out to resist it? No one dared to look at the death character on the stone tablet. They didn't even dare to glance at it. That was because the death character had an irresistible magical power that could devour everyone's mind. Only Gu Fei dared to look at the word death in detail. Hence, only Gu Fei's spiritual will could enter that strange world. This was a near-invincible killing intent that evolved into a world of slaughter. It could devour one's soul and turn one into a walking corpse. The soul was destroyed, leaving only the physical body. This was the most thorough way to die. Gu Fei's soul was extremely powerful, and he had cultivated his own primordial spirit by chance. This gave him the capital to face the shocking killing intent of the death character on the ancient tablet. Kill. Gu Fei's spiritual will transformed into a silhouette. This silhouette was no different from Gu Fei. It displayed a powerful combat strength and directly charged into the countless silhouettes ahead. Boom. A great battle erupted. The entire hazy world was shaking. Gu Fei and his sword went on a rampage. A large number of silhouettes were disappearing. These weren't real people. They were a type of killing intent. It was hard to imagine that the death character on the stone tablet would have such a powerful killing intent that it could transform into an army of thousands. This was absolutely shocking. If an ordinary half-saint or even a quasi-saint's spiritual will were to enter this world of slaughter, it would probably be destroyed by this shocking killing intent. Gu Fei's soul was extremely powerful. Hence, his spiritual will was equally powerful. Silhouettes were disappearing under his divine sword. The countless silhouettes formed from the shocking killing intent couldn't resist it either, displaying its invincible prowess. Be it his physical body or his spiritual will, they were imprinted with Gu Fei's unyielding battle intent. His state of mind that sought the strongest power wouldn't waver in the slightest. Clang. Just as Gu Fei was slaughtering, he suddenly felt the divine sword in his hand vibrate violently. Then, he saw a general wielding a halberd, riding a tall horse and charging towards him. Gu Fei was shocked. He felt a powerful pressure from this general. This general was very powerful. In this world of spiritual will, this general's body actually showed signs of turning into a physical body. One thought to create heaven and earth. The person who wrote this word on the stone tablet must have a cultivation base that can shake the heavens and earth. Gu Fei was very surprised. In this illusory world, he had met an opponent. Roar. The general wielded a halberd and blocked Gu Fei's divine sword. Then, he launched a powerful attack towards Gu Fei, forcing Gu Fei to be careful. Humph. Although it was a silhouette formed from spiritual will, Gu Fei's battle intent didn't diminish at all. He moved quickly and clashed with the general. Very strong. This is definitely the spiritual will of a quasi-saint or above. Gu Fei knew that the true body of the general was extremely powerful. The will he had left behind was also extremely powerful. The halberd in his hand even tore through the space between heaven and earth and pierced through it. Clang. Gu Fei's divine sword clashed violently with the opponent's halberd once again. Both of them were sent flying. It was hard to tell who would win. Why does this halberd look so familiar? Gu Fei suddenly realized that the halberd in the hands of the general seemed to be very similar to the black halberd that Xiao Wuqing refined himself. Could it be that this general is actually a divine demon? Gu Fei was very shocked. A strand of the ancient fiend god's will was left here, and then it fought against his will. This was too inconceivable. The aura emitted by the man and the horse was indeed extremely ancient. However, in such a murderous world, the spirit had probably been refined by the murderous world a long time ago, becoming a different kind of existence in this world. Without its own consciousness, this spiritual will was just a puppet. The ancient sage's methods are indeed shocking. At this moment, Gu Fei had already thought that the word death on the stone tablet was probably written by the ancient sage himself. The word death contained a strand of the ancient sage's murderous intent. In the end, Gu Fei still managed to disperse this powerful spiritual will. The general and the war horse under him disappeared from this blurry world. However, Gu Fei didn't have it easy either. Even though it was just a strand of spiritual will, he still felt a wave of fatigue. At this moment, even more powerful spiritual will waves rushed out from the depths of this blurry world. What? Gu Fei was shocked. There were even more powerful existences in this world. How could this be possible? Swoosh. Chapter 1827. Three blurry silhouettes walked out from the depths of this murderous world. These were three shadows formed by three incomparably ancient divine wills. These three shadows were very powerful. They were even more terrifying than the army that Gu Fei had destroyed. It was as if three supreme sages had descended upon this world. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. These three figures were not ordinary. They had the aura of sages. If he guessed correctly, these were the divine wills left behind by three sages. Even the divine wills of a sage were trapped here. That sage must have been very powerful. Even ordinary sages were no match for him. Could it be the legendary Sage King? Sages were also divided into different levels. The Sage King was far more powerful than ordinary sages. This was like the difference between an adult and a child. How could a child be a match for an adult? The divine wills of a sage were extraordinary. Even after countless years, these three divine wills were still extremely terrifying. This made Gu Fei feel a great threat. Swoosh! One of the three figures flashed and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. Then, he pressed his hand forward. A powerful force rushed out from his palm. Bang! Gu Fei placed his hands in front of his chest. He wanted to block this palm. However, the opponent's strength was too strong. He was actually sent flying backwards. The divine wills of a sage. Gu Fei's divine wills dissipated in the void. They had actually been dispersed by the opponent's palm. In front of the stone tablet, a drop of blood dripped from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A wisp of divine wills had been dispersed. This caused his soul to suffer a great impact. Boss, He Tian was extremely shocked. He knew that Gu Fei had suffered a great loss. The word die was too strange. Even Gu Fei had suffered a great impact. Master, seeing that a drop of blood had actually flowed from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, Gu Zhong and old Jiao could not help but be shocked. Zhong Liming was even more shocked. That Gu Fei is injured. Long Ba Dao and the others couldn't help feeling bewildered. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. He suppressed Azure Dragon and defeated Xiu Wuqing. He could be said to be the strongest among the younger generation. Even among the older generation, there weren't many who could be his match. That death word. Everyone was shocked and became even more fearful of the word on the stone tablet. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. Then, his aura became even more powerful as a wave of divine will surged out from between his eyebrows. He attacked with all his might. A figure sat cross-legged between his eyebrows, emitting a mighty divine will. This was his primordial spirit. He used his primordial spirit. Shua! Gu Fei's primordial spirit transformed into a sword of the way and shot into the void, directly entering the hazy world. The sword of the way vibrated and attacked the three figures at the same time. This was a battle on the level of divine will. This kind of battle was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, Gu Fei's primordial spirit would never be able to come out. The three figures seemed to sense the danger and actually dodged at the same time. Then, they all reached out their hands and grabbed at Gu Fei's primordial spirit sword of the way. Saint-level divine will rippled through the entire murderous world. However, this time, the primordial spirit sword of the way displayed unfathomable power. This kind of sword of the way specialized in attacking primordial spirits. It was the nemesis of all divine wills. Even the divine wills of ancient sages were no exception. Shua! The three figures' extended hands were all torn to pieces. Even the three figures were almost torn apart. They suffered a great impact, and the power of their divine wills was largely destroyed. Roar! The three figures roared at the sky. They were the divine wills of sages, but they could still retain a trace of intelligence. The sage laws of the Great Path erupted. Buzz! The entire world was instantly enveloped by the three sage laws, turning into a terrifying cage that sealed the sword of the way formed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit. The Saint Tao was displayed. Although it was not complete, it was still very terrifying. Countless sage Tao patterns appeared in the void, and the destructive power constantly obliterated the primordial spirit sword of the way. What? The primordial spirit sword of the way shook repeatedly. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He never expected that after so many years, the three divine wills of sages would still be able to retain a trace of intelligence. They were not puppets in this murderous world. Rumble. The three great paths of sages were vibrating, and the sword of the way formed by Gu Fei's primordial spirit was shaking. It actually became unstable, sometimes taking the form of a human, and sometimes taking the form of a sword. Oh no, Gu Fei's main body could not help but change color. Even though the great path of sages was not complete, it was still almost invincible against the power of divine wills that were not at the level of sages. The three sage laws were displayed. Even though Gu Fei had used the 9 secrets of the immortal path, he still felt danger at this time. However, Gu Fei's primordial spirit was also extremely powerful. The 9 ancient characters of the immortal path vaguely appeared on his primordial spirit. The 9 ancient characters contained the supreme mysteries of the immortal path, and they temporarily blocked the sage laws that were about to obliterate them. Very well, I will use your hands to train my primordial spirit. Gu Fei's primordial spirit simply withdrew from the state of the primordial spirit sword of the way, and then directly sat in the middle of the 3 sage laws. He used the 3 sage laws to train his primordial spirit. The 9 ancient characters of the way of immortal path vaguely appeared on Gu Fei's primordial spirit. It had to be said that Gu Fei was taking a risk. If the 9 ancient characters of the way of immortal path could not withstand the 3 sage laws, his primordial spirit would be obliterated. Of course, Gu Fei was not an immortal cultivator. Even if his primordial spirit was obliterated, it would not greatly damage his primordial spirit. Gradually, the 9 ancient characters of the way of immortal path on Gu Fei's primordial spirit became resplendent. The Tao of the way of immortal path swirled, and there seemed to be the sound of chanting in the void. It was as if a supreme Tao ancestor was explaining the supreme mysteries of the immortal path. What? The 3 sage consciousnesses were shocked. This person was too heaven-defying. He was actually still cultivating his primordial spirit under these circumstances. Humph! One of the figures extended a finger, and a speck of divine light shot out, breaking through the seal of the 9 ancient characters of the way of immortal path. With a pft, it pierced through Gu Fei's shoulder. Gu Fei's primordial spirit did not move at all. The place that was pierced instantly recovered. Swoosh! There was a flash of saber light, and it directly slashed into the 9 ancient characters of the way of immortal path, splitting Gu Fei's primordial spirit into 2. However, there was a flash of divine light, and Gu Fei's primordial spirit was still as good as before. He cultivated the secret art of ascension. Whether it was his physical body or primordial spirit, he would recover in an instant. Although Gu Fei's primordial spirit was struck by the Tao laws of the 3 figures, he was not truly affected by such an injury. The 3 figures used all sorts of methods, wanting to obliterate Gu Fei's primordial spirit within the 9 characters of the way of immortal path. However, they were shocked to find that Gu Fei's primordial spirit did not weaken under their attacks. Instead, it gradually grew stronger. What a guy! Chapter 1828. No one knew how powerful the ancient sages were. It was hard to imagine. It was just death, but the murderous intent contained within it could trap the divine will of a sage. At this time, Gu Fei's primordial spirit was sitting cross-legged in the world formed by the murderous intent, undergoing an unprecedented dangerous tempering. Rumble. The great path resonated, and the divine will of the 3 sages shook out the divine voice of the great path, trying to destroy Gu Fei's primordial spirit. The terrifying power destroyed the world and tore a hole in the murderous intent. What is that? At the moment when the murderous intent tore a hole in the world, everyone outside felt the vast and supreme aura of a sage. A sage? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Even the powerful Longbadeo, and Qiu Wuqing were shocked. This was the divine will of a sage. It was so powerful that they almost couldn't breathe. What is he doing? It was hard to imagine that there was a sage's divine will coming out from the stone tablet. It shocked the heavens, and the entire world changed color in an instant. The murderous intent made everyone shiver, and their spiritual souls tremble. If one didn't become a sage, he would always be an ant. Only by breaking the heavenly path and becoming a sage could one jump out of the shackles of the world and be free to move freely among the 3 realms and 6 paths. He is fighting against the divine will of a sage. Long Badeo and the others were in disbelief. Gu Fei's spiritual soul was so powerful. How could it be so powerful? Gu Fei. Zhong Liming looked at the figure in the sky, his eyes shining. Master Gu is really going to go against the heavens. Even He Tian, who knew Gu Fei's background, was shocked. The divine will of a sage was high and mighty, overlooking all living beings in the world. Buzz. The void shook, and the crack that was torn apart by the killing intent quickly disappeared. The fluctuation of the powerful and terrifying divine will of the sage also disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Swoosh. At this time, the divine light that shot out from Gu Fei's forehead became even stronger. There seemed to be a divine sun in his forehead, illuminating the world. A powerful spiritual fluctuation surged out from his mud-pill palace. Too powerful. This doesn't seem like a soul that a half-saint should possess. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Boom. At that moment, someone suddenly made a move. A shocking murderous aura burst forth. Following that, a blood-colored divine spear pierced through the void, stabbing toward Gu Fei, who was standing in front of the stone tablet. How dare you? Courting death. He Tian, Gu Zhong, and the others were all shocked. They immediately attacked without any hesitation. They didn't expect that someone would make things difficult for Gu Fei at this time. Gu Fei had fought everywhere and defeated countless experts. He had many enemies. Among the experts invited by Long Badeo, there was actually someone who wanted to kill Gu Fei. Buzz. An almost transparent sword light rushed out from He Tian's body, rushing toward the person who suddenly attacked Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Zhong directly struck out with the divine fist of metal. Powerful metal true force erupted, shaking the void between heaven and earth. Chengcong, what are you doing? Long Ba Dao was both shocked and angry. The person who suddenly attacked Gu Fei was one of the 12 experts he invited, Chengcong. This person was a mighty lord with an incomparably powerful cultivation. He was a half-step immortal Dao saint. At this time, although He Tian and Gu Zhong had already made their moves, they were still half a step too late. The blood-colored divine spear had already pierced in front of Gu Fei. At this critical moment, Gu Fei suddenly moved. He reached out a hand towards the blood-colored divine spear that was piercing towards him. He directly used the power of his martial body to resist the blood-colored divine spear. What? Seeing this scene, the crowd was incomparably shocked. It was indeed unbelievable that Gu Fei could still move at this time. Wasn't his mind completely attracted by the word die? This could only mean that this human martial body was really heaven-defying. Plang. The blood-colored divine spear collided with Gu Fei's left hand, emitting a metallic sound. The blood-colored divine spear actually could not pierce through Gu Fei's palm and was intercepted. Roar. Chengcong roared angrily. Just when he was about to use a big technique to attack Gu Fei, He Tian's invisible divine sword was already in front of him. At the same time, Gu Zhong's fist also smashed over. The dazzling golden light was so dazzling that almost everyone could not open their eyes. Plang. Chengcong used the blood spear in his hand to block the invisible divine sword. He then stretched out his left hand and collided with Gu Zhong's fist. The powerful fist force actually blocked Gu Zhong's golden fist of metal. This kid is so strong. Chengcong's heart trembled. Gu Zhong's fist force was very strong, causing his left hand to feel numb. Swoosh. At the moment when Chengcong and Gu Zhong's palms collided, a blood-colored light suddenly appeared on Chengcong's shoulder. The invisible divine sword almost cut off Chengcong's right shoulder and arm. This guy is also a half-sage. Chengcong was shocked. However, in the next moment, he was shocked again. The invisible divine sword had a shocking murderous aura. When he was hit by the invisible divine sword, the murderous aura on the divine sword immediately invaded his body. The invisible divine sword was a holy weapon. The murderous aura contained within it was very terrifying. Although Cheng Tsang was a half-sage, he could not withstand such a level of murderous aura. Bang! The left half of Cheng Tsang's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. He made a prompt decision to destroy a small part of his body and cut out the terrifying murderous aura that invaded his body. Everyone was shocked. This Cheng Tsang was really a terrifying person. He was extremely determined and decisive. He was a ruthless character. At this moment, Longbadeo's expression was very ugly. One should know that he was the one who invited Cheng Tsang here. Moreover, he used such a despicable method to kill Gu Fei. This made him lose face. Kill. He Tian rushed over. Countless formation runes rushed out from his body and branded into the void. An earth-shattering killing formation was set up in an instant. A formation in the void. Everyone was shocked. They had never imagined that He Tian was actually a formation grandmaster. Only a formation grandmaster could have such a method. Rumble. The killing formation was activated, trapping Cheng Tsang inside. Cheng Tsang sneered. Trying to trap him with this kind of killing formation was simply a joke. A normal formation would not be able to trap someone as strong as a half-sage. Buzz. Chapter 1829. BZZ, the power of the blood-colored divine spear was awakened. An extremely horrifying aura erupted from the spear, causing the entire killing formation to tremble as countless formation runes flickered. Cheng Tsang was extremely ferocious. He directly used his strongest power to break the formation. A blood-colored divine spear shattered the void, destroying countless formation runes. He Tian was very displeased. This fellow actually dared to attack Gu Fei. With a flip of his right hand, a plate-sized formation platform appeared in his hand. Let me show you the power of your grandpa He. He Tian did not hesitate and immediately took out the formation platform. This was a saint formation treasure he had refined. He Tian had imprinted countless killing formations within it. As long as he could control this killing formation, he would be able to use all sorts of killing formations to trap and kill his opponent. This was equivalent to He Tian personally attacking. Boom! The formation platform in He Tian's hand shone with boundless divine light. Rays of immortal energy condensed into formation runes and flew out from the platform, imprinting themselves onto the killing formation. The violently shaking killing formation stabilized. He really trapped Cheng Tsang. Everyone was incomparably shocked at this scene. One should know that Cheng Tsang had an undamaged saint weapon. It was unbelievable that the killing formation could withstand the power of a saint weapon. At this time, Gu Zhong had already retreated, no longer attacking. In his opinion, this Cheng Tsang had angered He Tian and was destined to meet a tragic end. Roar! Within the killing formation, rays of destructive divine light crisscrossed. Cheng Tsang roared in rage. He originally thought that after the saint weapon in his hand awakened, he could easily break through the killing formation and charge out. However, all of this was just Taoist Cheng Tsang's wishful thinking. He had overestimated his own strength and underestimated his opponent's. Such a mistake was fatal. Within the killing formation, the destructive divine light was boundless. Even though Taoist Cheng Tsang was very strong and had a flawless holy weapon in his hand, it was still difficult for him to completely block this kind of attack that came from all directions and had no blind spots. Puffed! A ray of divine light pierced through Cheng Tsang's left shoulder, causing blood to blossom. Damn it! Taoist Cheng Tsang's mind trembled. Immortal Tao God force surged through his body, and the bloody hole on his shoulder quickly disappeared, as if he had never been injured. This was the formidable physique of a half-step saint. Although it was an immortal Tao divine physique, it had been continuously refined by the immortal Tao divine force. Its self-recovery ability was also very astonishing. Of course, cultivators who embarked on the path of the immortal Tao would not deliberately cultivate their fleshly bodies. However, once their cultivation base reached a certain level, Even the divine body of the immortal Tao could become indestructible. Brother He, can you let Changcong go? At this time, Longbadeo could see that Taoist Changcong was no match for He Tian. He couldn't even touch the corner of He Tian's clothes. Longbadeo, I suspect that you're behind all of this. A faint smile appeared on He Tian's face. His eyes were filled with yin and yang immortal force. Gu Zhong saw He Tian's expression and knew that He Tian was in danger. If Longbadeo said anything wrong, Gu Zhong would directly attack him. Please don't misunderstand. I have no intention of harming Brother Gu. It's just that I invited Taoist Changcong. If he dies, I will be in big trouble. Longbadeo said. He knew how powerful He Tian was. No one would underestimate a formation grandmaster. Relying on formations, their battle prowess would soar to a terrifying level. He Tian was a half-step saint. With formations, he might be able to display the power of a quasi-saint, or even infinitely close to a saint. It's good that you don't have such thoughts. I will definitely kill Taoist Changcong. He Tian was still smiling mischievously. However, the crowd could not laugh because they sensed an extremely dangerous aura from He Tian. While He Tian was trapping Taoist Changcong with the killing formation, Gu Fei, who was in front of the stone tablet, underwent another change. Chanting began to appear from his body. It was as if a supreme Tao ancestor was explaining the supreme immortal Tao. The cultivators of the immortal Tao were shocked to the extreme when they heard this Tao voice. Isn't he a martial artist? How could he resonate with the immortal Tao? To resonate with the Tao and produce Tao voice, he must be at least a half-step saint. At this moment, even experts like Qiu Wuqing and Longbadeo could not help but be shocked. This Gu Fei did not seem to be as simple as a martial artist. Half-step saint of the martial Tao and half-step saint of the immortal Tao. How is this possible? There had never been anyone who could cultivate two cultivation techniques at the same time and reach the half-step saint realm. One must know that different cultivation techniques would repel each other. However, the crowd saw this impossible thing with Gu Fei. Buzz. The void shook and the death character on the stone tablet suddenly shone with a bright light. A powerful spiritual will burst out from the death character. After the strong light, the word death on the stone tablet became dim and almost disappeared. Swoosh. Suddenly, a spatial crack appeared in front of Gu Fei, and a tiny figure rushed out from it. It entered the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows and entered his mud-pill palace. Loud chanting of scriptures rang out in Gu Fei's Niwen palace. His immortal Tao primordial spirit had obtained great benefits from the world of killing will, and it had become even more powerful. The primordial spirit sat cross-legged in the Niwen palace like a supreme immortal lord. Its body emitted divine light of the immortal Tao, and a ring appeared behind its head. 9 ancient characters of the immortal Tao appeared indistinctly in the void around the primordial spirit. Gu Fei clearly sensed the changes in his primordial spirit. A new life was being born, and his primordial spirit was transforming towards the direction of the primordial spirit and Tao embryo. He was a warrior, and the immortal Tao primordial spirit was not the source of his power. This immortal Tao power would be cut out from his body one day. The transformation of the primordial spirit helped him find the direction. The primordial spirit and Tao embryo, this is a different kind of rebirth. Gu Fei was looking forward to it. But he knew that whether it was the martial body or the Tao embryo, it was all him and nothing would change. After the primordial spirit was refined by the killing intent, Gu Fei's primordial spirit finally reached the half-step saint realm and could resonate with the Tao. The spiritual wills of the 3 saints couldn't destroy his primordial spirit. You want to kill me? Gu Fei came back to his senses. His pair of divine eyes emitted a sharp divine light that was as sharp as a heavenly blade. He swept his gaze towards Taoist Changcong, who was trapped in the killing formation and was unable to break out. Oh no! Changcong was shocked. He wanted to kill Gu Fei when Gu Fei's primordial spirit was attracted by the death character on the stone tablet. However, he underestimated the strength of Gu Fei's martial body. He never thought that Gu Fei's martial body could fight against a flawless saint weapon that hadn't been awakened yet. That was a flawless saint weapon. Even if it hadn't been awakened yet, those half-step saint weapons, and even quasi-saint weapons were like paper in front of a flawless saint weapon. Chapter 1830. Gu Fei did not hesitate. Since Cheng Tsang wanted to kill him, he had to kill him. This was the rule of the cultivation world. Countless years had passed, and it had never changed. Boom! Gu Fei's entire body radiated with martial arts light. He was like a god of war from ancient times. He rushed down from the sky and entered the killing matrix. Cheng Tsang was shocked to see that Gu Fei had entered the killing matrix so easily. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited area. Only then did he realize how powerful his opponent was. Battling Azure Dragon and defeating Qiu Wuqing. Such a battle record was too dazzling. Some people didn't believe that Gu Fei had such battle prowess and thought that it was just a boast, and Taoist Cheng Tsang was one of them. Kill. Gu Fei was very direct. He threw a punch at Taoist Cheng Tsang. The powerful energy fluctuation caused the entire killing formation to shake. Countless formation runes collapsed under his fist. Buzz. Cheng Tsang attacked with all his strength. The blood-colored divine spear in his hand vibrated. The power of the Tao laws within the spear exploded, emitting the divine sound of the great path. Rumble. The two forces had not collided yet, but the whole world had already collapsed and was annihilated. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! Gu Fei's fist smashed into the blood-colored divine spear. The powerful force caused the spear to bend. Roar! Cheng Tsang roared. Gu Fei's punch had caused his hands, which were holding the blood-colored divine spear, to be badly mutilated. In some places, even the bones were exposed. His flesh and bones were recovering. Cheng Tsang's hands were completely healed in an instant. However, the shock that Gu Fei gave him caused him to turn pale with fright. Gu Fei was so powerful that he felt powerless to resist. This was not a good thing. Master has made his move. This person is dead. Gu Zhong, an old dragon, knew that Cheng Tsang's fate was already determined. Even if he had a flawless divine spear in his hand, it would not change anything. With the array disc in hand, He Tian also stopped. Long Badeo and the others didn't want to offend Gu Fei. Although they didn't want to see a powerful semi-sage fall, they were helpless because Taoist Cheng Tsang launched a sneak attack on Gu Fei. Gu Fei was in the right. Even if he had killed Cheng Tsang, it wouldn't have been a big deal. One must know that if Gu Fei wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed by Cheng Tsang on the spot during his sneak attack. There was no room for mercy in the world of cultivation. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Without any suspense, the entire killing formation was shattered by Gu Fei's power. The endless array patterns dissipated in the void. Taoist Cheng Tsang spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The blood-colored divine spear in his hand had already been snatched away by Gu Fei. If you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. Gu Fei's voice was emotionless. In his opinion, Taoist Cheng Tsang was already a dead man. It wasn't that Taoist Cheng Tsang wasn't strong. A semi-sage expert would be a hero no matter where he was. It was just that Gu Fei was too strong. He was almost invincible among his peers. How could Taoist Cheng Tsang be a match for Gu Fei in a battle of the same level? Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly caught up with Taoist Cheng Tsang, who was sent flying. Then, he used the divine spear to lift Taoist Cheng Tsang up. Scarlet blood flowed down the shaft of the divine spear. Tell me, why did you sneak attack me? Gu Fei didn't want to beat around the bush. He wanted to know directly why Taoist Cheng Tsang wanted to kill him. It should be known that it was his first time meeting Taoist Cheng Tsang. Could it be that Taoist Cheng Tsang had a powerful backer behind him? Gu Fei knew that he had offended many people. Among them were some powerful forces, such as the Buddhist sects of the West Earth and the Chaos Demon Lord from the Third Buddha Heaven. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Taoist Cheng Tsang was very straightforward. He knew that it was impossible for him to survive after falling into Gu Fei's hands. He only wished for a quick death and less torture. However, things wouldn't develop according to his wishes, because Gu Fei was in control of everything. Taoist Cheng Tsang was in an extremely miserable state. His body was a bloody mess, and fist marks could be seen. There were even places on his body that had been pierced by Gu Fei's fists. Taoist Changcong was like a water bag that was riddled with holes. Essence and blood constantly seeped out of his wounds and dripped onto the ground. Very good. Two beams of divine light suddenly shot out of Gu Fei's eyes. These two beams of divine light directly broke through Taoist Changcong's forehead and entered his Niwen palace. Soul-searching art. Seeing Gu Fei use this secret technique, everyone was shocked. This was a soul-searching art that used this method to forcefully read the memories of the target. Gu Fei didn't care about Taoist Changcong's life or death. He used the most overbearing soul-searching art. After Taoist Changcong's soul was searched, his soul would be destroyed and he would die. If not, he would become an idiot. Roar. Taoist Changcong's face revealed a sinister and terrifying expression. He was screaming in pain. His soul was suffering. This kind of pain that directly affected the soul was absolutely unimaginable. Very few people could withstand this kind of extreme pain. Everyone couldn't help but be moved. I see. Very soon, Gu Fei found out what he wanted to know. This Taoist Changcong actually had such a background. No wonder this guy wanted to kill him. Gu Fei retracted the divine will that had invaded Taoist Changcong's Niwen palace. Then, Taoist Changcong's entire head exploded and his soul was destroyed. Brother Long, let's continue. Gu Fei thought for a while and said to Long Badeo. Long Badeo opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Then, he led the crowd past the stone tablet and walked into the range of the great formation set by the ancient sages. What's going on? Just as they passed the stone tablet, a rumbling sound came from the front. They saw that there was a Milky Way in front of them a dozen or so miles away. The torrential river flowed down for 1,000 miles. The rumbling sound was the sound of the water. It was like thousands of horses and soldiers were galloping, shocking everyone. Could it be that we have entered another world? It was impossible for them not to hear the sound of the river flowing. Why was it that they couldn't even hear the sound of the river flowing in front of the stone tablet? Chapter 1831. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. The ancient stone tablet stood in front of them and seemed to separate the two worlds. There was another world behind the stone tablet. This result was too shocking. Could this be the means of the ancient sages? This time, they had come to the cave of the ancient sage. The power of the ancient sage had already exceeded their imagination. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, just a stone tablet and the word death on it would have been enough to stop everyone's footsteps. Creating a world with a single thought. Perhaps this was the cultivation that a sage should have. Here, you still have a choice. Go in or leave. Long Badeo said calmly. After crossing the stone tablet and entering the world behind it, he couldn't guarantee everyone's safety. No one knew what dangers they would encounter in the sage cave. Even a powerful half-saint might die in such a place if they were not careful. This is a great opportunity. I don't intend to give it up. The Taoist with the surname Hong pondered for a while. Since they were already here, they would not be satisfied if they didn't go in and have a look. Moreover, if it was so easy to obtain the things left behind by the ancient sages, this cave would have been long gone. Qiu Wuqing didn't say anything, but his face became solemn. Long Badeo looked at Gu Fei and He Tian. It's such a fun place. How can we not go in and have a look? He Tian said with a cheeky smile. There seemed to be a perpetual evil smile on his face. Brother Gu, Long Badeo said, let's go in. Gu Fei didn't want to say anything more. He had even broken through the formation of the ancient sages. This cave was only left behind by the ancient sages. How could it scare him? Gu Zhong, Old Jiao, and Zhongli Ming nodded. However, they knew very well that after entering the world behind the stone tablet, they would have to follow Gu Fei closely. Gu Zhong and Old Flood Dragon were only at the first heavenly layer of Almighty level. Although Zhongli Ming was also at the first heavenly layer of Almighty level, her battle strength was much weaker than Gu Zhong and Old Flood Dragon. Gu Zhong was a martial artist, a natural-born war god. He was almost invincible among those of the same rank. Meanwhile, Old Flood Dragon had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and became a dragon with a single leap. His battle experience was incomparably rich. In comparison, Although Zhong Li Ming had the cultivation of a first heavenly layer almighty, her battle prowess was lacking. She lacked the experience of fighting on the battlefield. She had to fight personally and constantly experience battles of life and death in order to accumulate her experience bit by bit. In the end, no one backed out. The attraction of the ancient sages was very strong. These people's cultivation had already reached a bottleneck, and they wanted to try their luck in the immortal cave. In this great world, strength was the most important thing. Very good. Long Ba Dao nodded. Other than the one who was killed by Gu Fei, there were still 11 people he invited. These 11 people were not weaklings. This was especially true for Qiu Wuqing and the woman with the divine bow. The strength of the two of them was obvious to all. It was more than enough for them to challenge the Sage Cave Mansion. Perhaps only Long Ba Dao would be able to gather all these heroes together. The 11 people, including Long Ba Dao himself, Gu Fei and his 2 disciples, He Tian and Zhong Li Ming. A total of 17 people crossed the stone tablet and entered the world behind it. Rumble. The deafening sound of water once again reached everyone's ears. More than 10 miles away, the heavenly river was still in front, blocking everyone's way. There's a bridge upstream, someone exclaimed. Then, everyone looked upstream and saw that there was indeed a stone bridge spanning the 2 sides of the river 100 miles away. Let's go. Long Ba Dao was the first to rush to the stone bridge upstream. An ancestor of his clan had once entered this place, and then drew a map of the places he had passed. With this map, Long Ba Dao could indeed walk freely around the periphery of the immortal cave. However, he did not dare to enter the inner part of the immortal cave. It should be known that the ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain almost died when he entered the inner part of the immortal cave. Long Ba Dao could not enter himself, so he invited Gu Fei and the others. This was not to say that he was selfless and wanted to share the treasures in the immortal cave with everyone, but he really did not have a way to enter the immortal cave. One should know that in the immortal cave left by the ancient sages, the most precious treasures were stored in the deepest part of the immortal cave. If it were not for the fact that the extraterrestrial divine mountain was very special and not many people could come out, this immortal cave would have long been emptied by the people of the extraterrestrial divine mountain. A force like the extraterrestrial divine mountain had been passed down for countless years, and its depth was unimaginable to others. Even if it was the immortal cave of the ancient sages, if the resources of the extraterrestrial divine mountain were to be mobilized, there was a great chance that they could take it down. However, the reality was very cruel. The resources of the extraterrestrial divine mountain could not be revealed too early, so Long Ba Dao invited Gu Fei and the others to explore this immortal cave together. At this moment, everyone was shocked and came to the front of the stone bridge. When everyone saw the stone bridge clearly, they were all very surprised. This stone bridge seemed to be built with the most ordinary stones. The bridge was not wide, only about 2 feet. The surface of the river was at least dozens of miles wide. The stone bridge actually crossed the river and extended to the other side. There was nothing supporting the bottom of the stone bridge. There is no thread on the stone bridge, but we have to be careful under the bridge, Long Ba Dao said. Be careful under the bridge. Zhong Li Ming's expression changed when he heard this. Brother Long, is there something hiding in the river under the bridge? Zhong Li Ming asked. I'm not very sure, but you guys just have to be careful. Long Ba Dao's expression became serious. There was no danger on the stone bridge, but there was something unknown hiding under it. This was what the ancestor had told him when he came out of the extraterrestrial divine mountain. Ever since the ancestor had been injured in this immortal cave, he had not recovered, and his injury was gradually worsening. Now, the ancestor was almost at the end of his life and did not have many years left to live. The great path injury that the ancestor had suffered had penetrated deep into his soul and entangled with his spiritual soul. It was impossible for him to recover. What if everyone is not coming? Old Hay, will not wait for you. Chapter 1832. The stone bridge was simple and unadorned. It stretched across the river and extended to the other side. At this time, He Tian had already walked on the stone bridge. During this period, Everyone was staring at him, but in the end, nothing happened. There was nothing strange. Let's go. Longbadeo followed suit and walked towards the other side of the river. Some people wanted to soar into the sky and fly over the river, but as soon as their feet left the ground, they suddenly felt as if the sky above them was pressing down on them. What's going on? Everyone was shocked to find that no matter what kind of flying technique they used, they could only fly about 3 feet above the ground. There was a powerful force that they couldn't resist blocking their way. No one could fly over the river from the sky. There was a suppressing force set up by the ancient sages here. In the end, everyone had to walk on the stone bridge and cross the river. Everyone was very careful. Maybe there was something hiding under the river. Usually, these people could cross a distance of dozens of miles in an instant. But now, they could only walk forward step by step. This ancient sage is so powerful. He actually only allows people to walk into his cave step by step, as if he is worshipping a supreme existence. Heition muttered to himself, "As long as you have enough power, you can do the same." Gu Fei said, "In the world of cultivation, everything was based on power. Only with great power could you gain the respect of others and decide the life and death of others." The river roared under the stone bridge. The waves splashed high into the sky. Without any danger, they had already walked more than 10 miles. At this time, a corpse suddenly floated over from upstream. It was a Taoist wearing a Taoist robe, floating in the water with his face up. "There's no sign of life. No need to be surprised," Longbadeo said. Very quickly, the corpse floated to the bottom of the stone bridge, and then it floated downstream. Very quickly, the corpse disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Why is there a corpse here? Everyone was shocked. Everything was very strange. The corpse that floated past seemed to have died not long ago, as if it was in a deep sleep. "Don't look at me. I don't know either." Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Longbadeo quickly explained. His understanding of this grotto heaven came from the description of the ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain. The group continued walking forward. Wow! Suddenly, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the bottom of the bridge. Following that, a black shadow rushed out from the bottom of the bridge and pounced towards Zhong Liming. Fortunately, Zhong Liming was already on guard, and the moment the black figure charged out from the bottom of the stone bridge, she instinctively flashed behind Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei punched out and fiercely bombarded the head of the unknown monster. The monster was sent flying and fell back into the river. What? When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked to the extreme. They became even more cautious. Gu Fei's punch was actually unable to shatter the monster's head. This was truly unsettling. This monster's body was too strong. There really is a terrifying creature hiding at the bottom of the river. Everyone's expression changed. One should know that on this stone bridge, they could not fly and could only walk forward step by step. If a large number of evil creatures attacked, they would also be in great danger. Gu Fei and the others quickened their pace. Boom! A muffled sound came from the bottom of the stone bridge. A huge figure poked out from the river, and an incomparably large head swallowed the person running in front. Courting death, Gu Fei did not retreat. Instead, he punched out with his primal chaos fist towards the giant head that was about to devour him. Boom! Two powerful forces that could make people tremble suddenly collided with each other, and an extremely powerful destructive force swept out in all directions. The river beside the stone bridge was affected, and the water rushed up to the sky. The giant head was smashed by Gu Fei's punch, but strangely, there was not much blood coming out of the head that was smashed by Gu Fei's punch. This was a creature that looked like a dragon. Its huge body sank into the river, and in the blink of an eye, it was washed away by the rushing river and disappeared without a trace. Gu Fei opened the way in front, and behind him were Heition, Zhong Liming, and Old Jiao. Behind Old Jiao were Longbadeo and the people he invited. Soon, they reached the opposite bank. Along the way, many powerful beings hiding at the bottom of the river attacked Gu Fei and the others. Some of them were covered in blood, and they were already injured. But Gu Fei had always been so strong, and the powerful beings that rushed out from the bottom of the bridge were no match for him at all. This is When everyone walked down from the stone bridge, what appeared in front of them was actually a divine mansion world. There were towering mountains in front of them, and between the mountains, there were clouds and lingering spiritual chi. This place is very good. Seeing the scenery in front of them, everyone knew that this mountain range in front of them was a spiritual land where spiritual chi gathered. Cultivators who cultivated in this kind of spiritual land would be faster than cultivating outside. In the depths of this world, there were faintly discernible palaces that seemed real and illusory at the same time. That is the palace of the ancient sages. The thing we want should be stored there. Long Badeo saw the palace in the depths of the mountain range in front of them, and his eyes shone brightly. What should we do? Some people did not know what to do. Even a fool would know that if they continued forward, they would probably trigger the killing formation set by the ancient sages and die inside. It's up to you, Gu Fei said to He Tian. The formation set by the ancient sages was extraordinary, and no one dared to walk around it. Even Long Badeo became a lot more obedient after crossing the bridge. Very strange. Qiu Wuqing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Swoosh. At this moment, a flame shot out from the mysterious woman's divine bow and directly shot into the mountain range in front of them. Rumble. After the mysterious woman shot that arrow, the mountain range in front of them suddenly shook. An incomparably huge shadow appeared in the sky above the mountain range, and then looked down at everyone. Everyone sensed an extremely dangerous aura from that phantom. The arrow shot by the mysterious woman suddenly exploded in the air before it could really shoot into the mountain range in front of them. It turned into spots of spiritual chi and dissipated in the void. This formation. At this moment, He Tian's eyes lit up. Chapter 1833. A huge shadow stood in the air above the mountain ridge in front of them, looking down at them. At this moment, everyone felt an unimaginable pressure. The pressure of a sage. This thought appeared in everyone's mind. Although the phantom in front of them wasn't a real ancient sage, it had the majestic might of a sage. Rumble. The void rumbled. The great formation in front of them was activated and started to operate. The pressure of the saint gradually became stronger. It's not simple. The person who set up this formation is definitely a sage king. Erebus's eyes lit up. He had been observing carefully for a while before he said this. At this time, the frivolous expression on his face had long since disappeared. A formation set up by a sage king. Everyone was shocked. How could they break the formation? It was a waste of time for them to come here. It should be known that even a real sage might not be able to break the formation set up by a sage king. Brother Long, you're too unkind. Aren't you sending everyone here to die? The cultivator surnamed Hong said unhappily. It was a sage king formation. How could a half-step sage break it? If they barged into this formation, they would undoubtedly die. The other people's faces were also not optimistic. Everyone, there's no free lunch in this world. If you want to get something, you have to pay first. If you don't take risks, you won't get anything, Long Badeo said disapprovingly. You want to get the divine treasures left by the ancient sage without taking any risks? Don't you feel ashamed? He Tian said disdainfully. None of these people could be relied on. Even Long Badeo was unreliable. Long Badeo just wanted to use everyone to break the formation. The divine treasures left by the ancient sage were everyone's goal. He Tian ignored them and began to deduce the formation. He was a formation master, but the level of this formation was too high. Even he might not be able to break it. Gu Fei, on the other hand, found a large rock nearby and sat cross-legged on it. He closed his eyes and rested. On the other hand, Gu Zhong, Old Jiao, and Zhong Liming were whispering to each other. Do you think these people will retreat in the face of difficulties? Zhong Liming looked at those people curiously. Among these 11 experts, she could recognize most of them. The Zhongli clan's information network was rather well informed. That's hard to say, Gu Zhong said. I don't think any of them will retreat. Elder Jiao pondered for a moment before saying these words. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and had experienced many things. Even his eyelashes were empty. It wasn't easy for them to reach this place. Even though they were obstructed by the Grand Array, making it difficult for them to enter the ancient sage's paradise deep within the mountain range. They would definitely not retreat just like that. While Heian was deducing the formation, Longbadeo also took action. He took out a map and carefully looked at it, carefully examining every minute change on the map. Sure enough, old Flood Dragon's words were right. None of these people left. They were all waiting. No one dared to act rashly because of the mighty and terrifying aura in front of them. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate, so no one was willing to take the risk. No one said a word. Array patterns kept surging out from Heian's body and circled around him. At this time, his mind was already immersed in his array world. A large array was constantly evolving in the array world within his body. At this time, the grand array in front of them gradually stopped. The huge phantom standing above the mountains also gradually dissipated and became invisible. That terrifying sage aura also disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. An hour passed. Heian still did not move. His eyes were constantly flashing with yin-yang divine light, and the formation runes were faintly discernible in the depths of his eyes. He used his yin-yang divine eyes to see through all illusions. In the void, on the ground, invisible formation runes were constantly imprinted in his eyes, and then constantly evolving in his inner world. A grand array of the Sage King level was extraordinary. It was enough to trap a sage. No one dared to be careless. Even Longbadeo had to carefully examine the map in his hand. In order to break through such a grand array, there was no room for mistakes. In the grand array, one wrong step could lead to the death of both body and soul. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. Longbadeo put away the map in his hand and then moved his hands in front of him. A divine light rushed out from his hands and formed a light screen. Everyone, look carefully. This is a corner of the grand array. Along this route, we can avoid all kinds of dangers and reach the depths of the grand array. Longbadeo said. The light screen in front of him showed a map. This was a corner of the formation map. On the formation map, there was a route marked. This route, everyone's heart trembled. According to the route shown on the corner of the formation map, it seemed that they could really safely pass through the grand array in front of them and enter inside. Since it was a matter of life and death, no one dared to be careless. Everyone imprinted the corner of the formation map on the light screen into their minds. All right. Seeing that everyone had memorized the fragment of the map, the light screen in front of Longbadeo disappeared in the void and turned into specks of light that entered his body. If you're not afraid of death, follow me. Longbadeo strode forward after he finished speaking. He entered the array according to the location indicated on the map, but there was no response from the array. We can really go in. Everyone was surprised and happy. Since Longbadeo was not afraid of death, they would also go all out. After all, there was an ancient sage's divine treasure in the grotto heaven. For the ancient sage's divine treasure, it was worth the risk. Brother Gu, Longbadeo's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind, but Gu Fei did not move. He still sat cross-legged on the big stone. He did not intend to enter the grand array with Longbadeo and the others. Gu Fei did not move. Gu Zhong and Old Jiao naturally did not follow Longbadeo and the others into the grand array. Zhong Liming could not help but feel anxious. Everyone had entered, but Gu Fei had no intention of entering the grand array. Should he chase after Longbadeo and the others? What surprised Zhong Liming was that Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman also did not enter the grand array. They seemed to be waiting. At this time, Heian's aura became stronger and a saint's aura spread out from his body. This saint's aura seemed to be the same as the saint's aura that appeared earlier. Uncle Master He succeeded. Chapter 1834. Gu Fei and the others were well aware of Heian's attainments and formations. Although this guy was usually frivolous, he was not muddle-headed when it came to major matters. He really created this grand formation. Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the boulder, stood up. Heian's world of formations could create all kinds of formations. This was a great technique that Heian had cultivated. Rumble. The sage aura that emanated from Heian's body became stronger and stronger. A faint shadow appeared on his body. That shadow was the same shadow that appeared when the formation was activated. He really succeeded. The mysterious woman's eyes sparkled. He Tian's attainments and formations were simply heaven-defying. One must know that that was a killing formation set up by a king of sages. It was too shocking that he managed to create a killing formation set up by a king of sages in just 4 hours. At this moment, the sage aura on He Tian's body suddenly receded like the tide. The shadow on his body also dissipated into the void. The yin-yang Taoist rhymes that emanated from his eyes gradually disappeared into the depths of his eyes. Phew! He Tian let out a long breath and stood up from the ground. Uncle Master He. Old Jiao was extremely shocked. It was only at this moment that he realized that his Uncle Master He was really unfathomable. The title of Formation Grandmaster was not just for show. You are very strong. Even Xiao Wuqing, who had not spoken all this while, could not help but be moved at this moment. This person called He Tian was like Gu Fei. He was a freak. Xiao Wuqing knew that he had really underestimated the people in the world previously. He had defeated everyone in the God-fallen ocean and was almost invincible. However, he had just walked out of the God-fallen ocean when he encountered an opponent like Gu Fei. He and Gu Fei were not enemies. They were just opponents. It is not so easy to create a killing formation set up by a king of sages, He Tian said. He was a bit tired. Developing a great formation wasn't an easy task. It required a large amount of energy to continuously deduce it. For a sage ruler array like this, even if it was deduced thousands or tens of thousands of times, it would probably be difficult to truly evolve this array. Even He Tian could not do it. In the past 4 hours, he had only deduced a few thousand times, and he had only gotten a rough idea. He had not completely deduced the various changes of the formation. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Even though I can't really deduce the various realities of this great formation, I think I can still pass through this great formation and enter the grotto heaven. He Tian said, Black Martial Uncle, you're amazing. Gu Zhong gave He Tian a thumbs up. He Tian deduced a path of survival, and this path of survival was very different from the path of survival that Longbadeo had taken. However, the path of survival that He Tian deduced overlapped with the path of survival that Longbadeo had taken in some aspects. Let's go. After He Tian deduced it again, he walked forward. Every time he took a step, a formation pattern surged out from under his feet and spread forward. Step on the formation pattern and you will be safe. He Tian said such words. Everyone realized that the formation pattern that spread out from under He Tian's feet was still condensed after he walked, like a path formed by the formation pattern. In this way, He Tian opened the path in front, while Gu Fei and the others followed behind He Tian and walked into the great formation in front. This great formation was not ordinary. When looking from outside the formation, one could not see anything. But once inside the formation, the entire world changed. Inside the great formation was another world. Here, the sun and moon were dim, and the surroundings were dusky. Even those who cultivated the divine eyes could not see very far. This formation can create a world. I thought it was just a legend, but it actually exists. Zhong Liming was extremely shocked. This slaughtering formation was too terrifying. It formed a world of its own, and one could only feel the terror of this slaughtering formation after entering it. Whoosh! Rumble! Dazzling lightning flashed above everyone's head from time to time. Powerful destructive power was released and wreaked havoc. Even a half-step saint would perish if he was hit by the power of the lightning. Gu Fei and the others felt the danger, but He Tian's attainments and formations were really heaven-defying. Even though he could not completely create this slaughtering formation, the path of survival that he deduced was undoubtedly very safe. Along the way, they did not encounter any real danger. Very quickly, they were 100 miles away, but they still did not see Longbadeo and the others. Could it be that they really entered the Saint Wonderland? Gradually, He Tian's speed slowed down. What's going on? He Tian muttered to himself. His expression was incomparably solemn. He felt that something was wrong, and this made him very uneasy. What's wrong? Gu Fei asked. They were already 100 miles away from the slaughtering formation, but they still could not get out. And at this time, He Tian actually made a new discovery. He Tian did not reply to Gu Fei. He stopped and started to calculate again. Very quickly, his expression changed, and only after a while did he regain his composure. This slaughtering formation is actually constantly changing, Heian said. The slaughtering formation was changing, and the things that he deduced before seemed to be wrong. The formation was changing, and the original place of survival would also become a place of death. Long Ba Dao and the others are in trouble, the mysterious woman said. Long Ba Dao was walking according to the map in his hand. However, this formation was not dead. It was alive and could constantly change. What should we do? Zhong Liming's expression changed. If the formation was changing, then they were in trouble as well. There was no way forward, and there was no way back. They were in danger of being trapped inside. No need to panic, Gu Fei said. Even if they were trapped inside, he could ensure Zhong Liming's safety. Remember that he still needed Zhong Liming to lead him to the Shangqing sect. Up until now, it seemed like only Zhong Liming knew where the Shangqing sect was. Hearing Gu Fei's words and remembering Gu Fei's powerfulness, Zhong Liming finally calmed down. Staying next to Gu Fei was definitely safe. At this time, countless Dao patterns appeared on Tian's body. They intertwined around him and continued to disappear. He was calculating and evolving. Their speed slowed down. Just as Tian was analyzing the killing formation, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from the area in front of them. Then, the entire formation was activated and began to move. Long Ba Dao and those idiots. Without question, this commotion was definitely caused by Long Ba Dao and the others, causing the slaughtering formation to move. An astonishing amount of qi appeared between heaven and earth. Damn it. Chapter 1835. Those bastards. Gu Zhong was both shocked and angry. The matrix had been triggered. Needless to say, it must have been the work of Long Ba Dao and the others. They had been implicated as well. Rumble. The sage ruler matrix was activated. Terrifying bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, then fell from the sky, sweeping towards Gu Fei and the others. The destructive aura filled every inch of the void. Boss, it's all up to you now, Tian shouted hurriedly. Even if a half-saint was hit by the power of a matrix of this level, there would only be one outcome, and that was the destruction of both his body and soul. Buzz. Gu Fei made his move. He had to make a move. At this time, the place where they were standing was considered safe, but the sky above them was not. The destructive bolts of lightning, as thick as mountains, fell from the sky, enough to sweep away everything. No wonder the great ancestor of the extraterrestrial divine mountain was also seriously injured, and the scar on his great path could not be healed. If one looked carefully, one could see that within the huge bolts of lightning, there were actually sage ruler-level celestial patterns of the great path. It was extremely terrifying. A huge cauldron emerged from Gu Fei's body, enveloping everyone in it. An ancient and vicissitude aura that seemed to come from ancient times appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. This was not the real ancient cauldron, but an illusion. However, the aura it exuded was extremely shocking. Even though it was just an illusion, it seemed to be able to shock the 10 paths of the heavens. Could this be the legendary mountain and river cauldron? The mysterious woman's eyes shone brightly. She stared at the illusion of the ancient cauldron, carefully examining the ancient and mysterious patterns on it. It really is the mountain and river cauldron. At this time, Qiu Wuqing was also shocked. He came from the fallen divine ocean, a forbidden land for life. This lineage was very mysterious, and its history could be traced back to the mythological era. Such an ancient and mysterious force naturally knew many secrets of the world. Boom! The destructive bolts of lightning that fell from the sky bombarded the illusion of the ancient cauldron. Everyone felt a great sense of danger, especially Zhong Liming, who had already turned pale with fright. In the face of the power of the sage ruler matrix, they were as weak as ants. Roar! Right at this moment, a shrill cry resounded from ahead. It seemed like someone had suffered a calamity. Even a half-saint would be annihilated in body and soul under this level of lightning attack. Buzz. The void trembled. The shadow of the ancient cauldron, had successfully blocked the destructive lightning that swept down from the sky. On the shadow of the ancient cauldron, ancient Tao patterns appeared. Although the ancient cauldron had blocked the destructive lightning, everyone was still shaken to the point that their blood was in turmoil. Zhong Li Ming's cultivation was the weakest, and a trickle of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. "Black Martial Uncle, hurry up and break the formation," Gu Zhong shouted. Boom! At this moment, a clap of thunder sounded above everyone's heads. Then, another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The powerful destructive force caused the cauldron of mountain and river to shake. Preposterous! He Tian tried his best to deduce the Sage King array. Soon, he found another path of survival. The array patterns beneath his feet extended forward, and a great Tao formed by the interweaving array patterns extended into the depths of the array. "Let's go!" Everyone followed He Tian and charged forward. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook as the array began to operate. The destructive force spread in all directions, as if it was going to turn the world into chaos again. At this moment, there were still bolts of destructive lightning flashing above everyone's heads. It was as if something in the unseen world had its eyes on them. This great formation is already so powerful without anyone managing it. If someone were to take control of this great formation, it would be a disaster. He Tian muttered to himself. The Sage King array was different from ordinary arrays. This kind of array might have already developed intelligence and could operate on its own. Fortunately, we have you, a formation grandmaster. Otherwise, we might all die here, Zhong Li Ming said with lingering fear. Formation grandmasters were highly valued by the major forces in any era. This was because the path of formation was too difficult. It took a lot of time and energy to cultivate. The price needed to cultivate a formation grandmaster was also very high, and one had to take a lot of risks. One must know that not everyone could become a formation grandmaster. With Boss Gu here, we can still retreat in the worst-case scenario, He Tian said. Gu Fei had the mountain and river cauldron with him. As long as he took out this extreme divine weapon, even if it was not activated, he could still save everyone's lives. Brother Gu, is this ancient cauldron really the legendary mountain and river cauldron? The mysterious woman couldn't help but ask. The mountain and river cauldron was an extreme divine weapon. Even a supreme would be jealous of it. Gu Fei didn't say anything, nor did he nod. Agreed. Qiu Wuqing, who was usually a man of few words, also wanted to know if this ancient cauldron was the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron had already appeared in the mythological era. Its origin was mysterious. It could be a supreme divine weapon passed down from the most ancient era before the mythological era. The extreme divine weapon was an immortal weapon. It could be passed down. Of course, the extreme divine weapon was a weapon refined by a supreme. A supreme had the ability to destroy such a weapon. If there was a battle between supreme, the extreme divine weapon could also be destroyed. This was not the time to talk in detail. The surroundings were still full of danger. If they were not careful, they could be trapped in this killing array. He Tian was constantly deducing. The array was changing all the time. It was a path of survival one moment, but it could turn into a dead end the next moment. The ground was shaking, and everyone felt as if they were walking on waves that were constantly rising and falling. Everything around them was gray and hazy, and from time to time, lightning would illuminate the dark world. Everyone felt an extremely oppressive aura. After walking for more than 10 miles, the destructive power between the heaven and earth became stronger and more terrifying. It was as if the world was really going to be destroyed. Gu Fei activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect everyone. What is that? At this moment, He Tian suddenly stopped. Then, a faint smell of blood drifted over. There seemed to be a burning smell mixed in with the smell of blood. Beside the path formed by the array patterns, there was a pile of red and black things. What is that? It seems like a pile of minced meat. Could it be that the scream just now? Chapter 1836. A powerful sage-to-be died here. He was blasted into a pile of minced meat. Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. This person should be one of the 12 sage to be invited by Long Badeo. This was an existence at the level of a hero, but he had died in this place. This person is really unlucky, Heition said. There were no other corpses around. It seemed that only one person from Longbadeo's group had died. Where did the others go? Everyone realized that there were many fragments of divine weapons in this pile of minced meat. This person had tried to fight against the power of the Sage-to-Be formation when he was in danger. However, it was very clear that the person could not resist at all under the bombardment of the Saint Ruler formation's power. He was killed there. Everyone continued forward. They realized that Longbadeo and the others had entered the depths of the formation along this path. No wonder Longbadeo and the others were able to escape. Is there a formation grandmaster among them? Old Jiao voiced out his doubts. The reason they could continue forward was because of the existence of Heition, the formation grandmaster. The formation was constantly changing. Only those who were proficient in formations, and at the level of a formation grandmaster, could barely walk in this formation. Of course, even so, it was still very dangerous. If it were not for Gu Fei, even Heition would have died in this formation, let alone walking in it. During the process of Heition's deduction, there were destructive lightning strikes from time to time. If it were not for the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, he would have died many times. A Sage-to-Be formation was not that easy to break through. Under the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, everyone continued forward. Although they encountered powerful attacks from the formation several times, they were all daunting but not dangerous. Soon, a huge mountain appeared in front of everyone. The sky in front of them suddenly became clear, no longer gloomy. A vast and boundless aura rushed over, causing one's spirit to be shaken. This is a piece of deity ground. The scenery around the mountain in front of them was like a fairyland. There were waterfalls, flowing springs, and white clouds. At the foot of the mountain, there was a small bridge and flowing water. The red walls and roof tiles were faintly discernible under the shade of the weeping willows. He had the air of an immortal. There's still a dozen or so miles before we're out of here. Black Martial Uncle put in more effort. Gu Zhong, the old dragon, and the others couldn't help feeling nervous. They were about to enter the immortal's world in front of them. Without a doubt, it was the immortal's world in front of them. Roar. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the mountain. A strange beast jumped out of the mountain, its powerful aura startling the birds in the forest. What is that? Everyone was startled. That strange beast disappeared into the mountains in a flash, disappearing without a trace. Longbadeo and the others beat us to it. The mysterious woman frowned. Clearly, Longbadeo and the others had already entered the immortal world. Longbadeo had the map, so he had an advantage over everyone else. Open it. Heition used all his strength. Countless formation runes interweaved in his eyes. He was trying his best to deduce the formation in front of him. The power of a formation grandmaster erupted at this time. Countless formation runes rushed out from Heition's body and imprinted in all directions. The formation runes drew the power of heaven and earth, and there were signs of changing the surrounding void. At this moment, Heition was like a formation great sage. All the killing formations were under his control. Rumble. The power of the Sage King formation surged towards Heition from all directions. At this time, a divine path appeared in front of Heition. Let's go. The divine path extended under everyone's feet and was then guided out by the divine path. In just a moment, Gu Fei and the others crossed a dozen miles and stepped into the immortal's world. You guys are here too. Just as Gu Fei and the others stepped into the immortal world, a person suddenly walked out of the forest. It was a Taoist with a black beard. It's Brother Hong. The mysterious woman recognized the Taoist as soon as she saw him. He was one of the 12 experts invited by Longbadeo. His name was Hong Tong. Why are you here? The formation power on Heition's body had not completely retreated. At this time, his black hair moved without any wind and his eyes were as sharp as lightning. A powerful aura spread out from Heition's body. The formation grandmaster really lives up to his name. Hong Tong and the others looked at Heition and were secretly surprised. No wonder these people could enter this world without following Longbadeo. The role of a formation grandmaster was irreplaceable in this place. Oomph. Just thinking about it makes me angry. That long Badeo actually shook us all off. Hong Tong told them about his previous experience. Long Badeo really had bad intentions. After entering this immortal's world, he actually got rid of everyone and went into the depths of this immortal's world alone. Moreover, this place is not peaceful. There are incomparably powerful, fierce beasts roaming around here. Some people have already died under the claws of these fierce beasts. Hong Tong's people said such words. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The fierce beasts here were actually so powerful that they could kill a half-step saint. They did not believe it. If these fierce beasts could kill a half-step saint, then these fierce beasts must at least be half-step saint-level fierce beasts. These fierce beasts are ancient and incomparably powerful. Hong Tong said, ancient and strange beasts? Could they be the fierce beasts raised by the ancient sage? This was an immortal's grotto. There was only one reason why fierce beasts could appear here, and that was because the ancient sage raised many fierce beasts. After the ancient sage fell, this place became the territory of these fierce beasts. Roar. At this moment, another beast roar rang out from within the mountain. Then, everyone heard a series of shouts coming from within the mountain. Boom. The aura of a sage lingered and the power of a half-step saint was exploding. Someone has encountered a fierce beast. Everyone was shocked, especially Zhongli Ming. Her cultivation was not high enough. If she encountered a half-step saint-level fierce beast, she would only end up as its food. Swoosh. Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious lady suddenly disappeared. Both of them had already rushed out. Gu Fei and the others were not in a hurry. They walked towards the direction of the fluctuation. Hong Tong also rushed out, but his cultivation and strength seemed to be a little weaker than Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious lady. Stay by my side, and I can guarantee your safety. Chapter 1837. The immortal world was filled with spiritual qi. There were auspicious beasts walking in the mountains and celestial birds flying in the sky. From time to time, rainbows could be seen in the sky. As expected of the sage's paradise, everyone couldn't help but praise. The concentration of spiritual qi here was definitely 10 times, or even dozens of times that of the outside world. There were even strong life essence rising in some places. This paradise was definitely not inferior to the ancestral lands of some ancient, desolate lands. It would be great if I could take this paradise away, He Tian muttered to himself. It should be known that this was a paradise left behind by an ancient sage. It was very likely to be an inner world refined by that sage. It's not difficult to refine this paradise, Gu Fei said. I know, but the problem is that it's definitely not that easy to obtain. After hearing Gu Fei's words, He Tian's eyes immediately lit up. However, the light in his eyes immediately dimmed. It was not an easy task to refine a paradise left behind by an ancient sage. Don't forget that Long Badeo has also entered this world. At this moment, the mysterious woman in black suddenly said, Long Badeo. Hearing this name, Hong Tong and the others were a little excited. This Long Badeo only wanted to use their strength to break through the terrifying Sage King killing formation. Now that Long Badeo had entered this world, the others were no longer of any use to him. Thus, he abandoned everyone after crossing the river. Long Badeo had the map of the extraterrestrial divine mountain's old ancestor. Here, he had an advantage over everyone else. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the beast roar. There was a gap between Hong Tong and Qiu Wuqing's cultivation, so they couldn't catch up at all. However, the mysterious woman suddenly slowed down and walked together with Gu Fei and the others. That kid doesn't look like a good person to me, He Tian said disdainfully. He didn't know why, but when he first saw Long Badeo, he was very unhappy. This was just his intuition. Evil creature. At this moment, an angry roar came from a valley in front of them. Everyone had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Boom! An enormous figure flew out from the valley. Someone displayed a great technique, blasting a strange beast flying. Powerful immortal Dao power surged. Roar! The strange beast roared, and rays of blood-red light shot out from its huge body. An incomparably ferocious aura spread in all directions. Bang! The exotic beast slammed into a hillside, causing it to explode. Dust rose high into the sky, filling the air with smoke and dust. What is that? Everyone was startled. That strange beast was very powerful. It was definitely a half-step saint-level ominous beast. Moreover, its body was bursting with monstrous chi and blood. This chi and blood was too vigorous. It was even more vigorous than the chi and blood of a dragon. Could it be one of those ancient beasts? Heian was shocked. He seemed to have figured out the origin of the beast that was sent flying. Its brother Fong Lai. At this moment, a figure shrouded in golden divine flames walked out from the valley. It was a middle-aged man. The divine flame on his body was the golden crow divine flame. Fong Lai had an extremely faint bloodline of the golden crow within his body. This was the life god flame that he cultivated. It was extremely powerful. If an ordinary half-step saint were to be burned by this god flame, even if they didn't die, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Is that Brother Hong? The middle-aged man who looked like a god of fire heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Hong Tong. However, he did not dare to be careless, because he knew how powerful that strange beast was. Roar. Indeed, a beastly roar rang out, causing the entire world to tremble. Boundless blood-red light burst out from the ground. The strange beast that was buried in the ground rushed out. Indeed, it's one of those extinct ancient beasts. Heian said in shock. Oxhead, Chilan body. Could it be a scarlet blood beast? The mysterious woman exclaimed. This is no ordinary scarlet blood beast. It's a beast emperor. Gu Fei said. Scarlet blood beast emperor. Everyone was shocked. This kind of savage beast was a fierce beast that fed on blood in ancient times. Even the slightest smell of blood was enough to make it go crazy. It was precisely because of this that this kind of ferocious beast had been completely exterminated in ancient times. No one had thought that they would encounter a crimson blood beast emperor in this immortal world. Moreover, this crimson blood beast emperor had clearly seen blood before. Roar. The scarlet blood beast emperor roared. Two blood-red lights shot out from its eyes. This was a sign that it had fallen into a state of madness. This evil beast killed Taoist Yuchuan. I'm going to tear him to pieces. Fong Lai roared and charged forward. His entire body was covered in flames, causing the void to collapse and be annihilated. This was the terrifying power of a half-step saint. What? Taoist Yuchuan is dead? Hong Tong's heart trembled. Taoist Yuchuan was an expert of the archaic Tao sect. His divine techniques had long been cultivated to the fifth layer of half-step saint realm. How could such a powerful half-step saint be killed by the scarlet blood beast emperor? It was no wonder that Fong Lai was so furious. He and Taoist Yuchuan were best friends. Since Taoist Yuchuan was killed by this beast, it would be strange if he didn't fight it to the death. The battle erupted. The scarlet blood beast emperor, who had fallen into a state of madness, was really powerful. His blood and chi rose and turned into rays of divine light that constantly attacked Fong Lai. The most terrifying thing was that the blood and chi that erupted from the scarlet blood beast emperor could devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wherever the scarlet blood beast emperor passed, all the flowers and trees lost their vitality. Their life essence was completely devoured. Even the essence of the sun in Fong Lai's body was sucked away bit by bit. The scarlet blood beast emperor grew stronger as it fought, but Fong Lai grew weaker. The situation was very disadvantageous for Fong Lai. If he couldn't kill this beast, he would be exhausted to death. Reality was cruel. It was either you die or I die. There were many people present who could kill the scarlet blood beast emperor. At least, Gu Fei had this ability. Qiu Wuqing also had this ability. Even the mysterious woman could kill this beast. However, Gu Fei had no intention of making a move. Qiu Wuqing stood on a big rock and looked at everything coldly. If it didn't concern him, he wouldn't make a move. The halberd in his hand wouldn't be stained with blood so easily. The mysterious woman in black held the divine bow in her hand and didn't show any signs of making a move. Kill. A ray of saber light soared into the sky. At this moment, Hong Tong made his move. The sharp saber light cut through the void and turned into a ray of divine light, directly killing the beast in the blood light. Hong Tong had some friendship with Fong Lai and Taoist Yuchuan. Seeing that Fong Lai was in trouble, he had to make a move. Saber. Everyone was very surprised. They didn't expect Hong Tong's divine weapon to be a divine saber. In the world of cultivation, very few people would refine a divine saber as their defensive divine weapon. This was because there were very few people who practiced the saber, unlike sword cultivators who walk the path of dominance with the saber. As soon as Hong Tong made his move, a domineering aura spread out from his body. Buzz. The resplendent saber light directly broke through the layers of blood light and fiercely slashed the neck of the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor. Hong Tong wanted to chop off the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor's head. However, a shocking scene occurred. When Hong Tong's tyrannical saber slashed the neck of the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor, the saber light actually rebounded as if it had slashed a piece of immortal divine steel. What? Hong Tong and the others were extremely shocked. This beast's physical body is actually so strong. Even Gu Fei was a little surprised to see this scene. It should be known that although Hong Tong's cultivation was not very high, the divine saber he refined was at least a half-sage divine saber. Could it be that this exotic beast's physical body was even stronger than the half-sage divine saber? This is the terror of the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor. In its berserk state, this exotic beast's physical body will be 10 times stronger than usual. Perhaps even a half-sage divine weapon would not be able to break through the defense of the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor. Kill. Although shocked by the strength of the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor's physical body, Hong Tong and the others still rushed forward and joined forces with Fong Lai to fight the beast. With the help of Hong Tong and the others, the Scarlet Blood Beast Emperor seemed to have become even more berserk. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out from the depths of this immortal world. Then, the entire world shook violently. What's going on? Everyone was shocked. Could it be? Tian suddenly thought of something. His expression became somewhat ugly. It seemed that someone was really plotting against this world. Longbadeo, Gu Fei muttered to himself. This person was very shrewd, and his schemes were also very big. Even Gu Fei had been used by this guy. This guy was really bold. At this time, above the mountain peak, there was an ancient city floating high in the sky. The ancient city was surrounded by white clouds, making it difficult for the people on the ground to see the ancient city. In front of the ancient city stood a person. This person was using a great technique to hit the closed city gate. This person was Longbadeo. In front of the ancient city gate, there were a few stone statues. These stone statues were destroyed by Longbadeo. These were the stone soldiers left behind by the ancient sages. Although these stone soldiers were very strong, they were not Longbadeo's match. Longbadeo had a forbidden weapon on him. This time, he was prepared to enter the ancient sage's grotto heaven. Sky-breaking hammer, go! Longbadeo used a great technique. He controlled a divine hammer and smashed it towards the city gate. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine hammer smashed onto the city gate. The void shook, but the tightly shut city gate didn't budge an inch. It's here again. Chapter 1838. Boom. The heavens and earth shook. A dull sound reverberated in this part of the world, shaking everyone's mind. It was as if a supreme existence was using a supreme divine ability to shake the entire world. What's going on? Is someone trying to take away this world? Everyone was bewildered. At this moment, Fong Lai and Taoist Hong Tong were still fighting with the Crimson Blood Beast Emperor. It had to be said that the Crimson Blood Beast Emperor that was in a berserk state was really strong. It was so strong that it was abnormal. Even if the two great half-saints joined forces, they still couldn't gain any advantage. It was difficult for them to truly suppress this ancient beast. Boom. There was another violent tremor. This time, even the essence of the world was attracted. The spiritual energy in this immortal's grotto heaven began to become unstable. Where did the sound come from? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Without a doubt, someone had definitely found the location of the source of heaven and earth. Moreover, that person was attacking the source of heaven and earth. There should be a source of heaven and earth in this immortal grotto heaven. Only a heaven and earth with source of heaven and earth could exist and not collapse. Once someone obtained this source of heaven and earth and refined it, this immortal grotto heaven would be taken away by that person. Let's go. The mysterious black-robed lady directly rushed towards the depths of this heaven and earth. If someone else obtained the source of heaven and earth, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qiu Wuqing's figure also disappeared. Boss. Seeing that Gu Fei was still calm and unhurried, He Tian couldn't help but feel a little anxious. One must know that this was a heaven and earth that was refined by an ancient immortal grotto heaven. This immortal grotto heaven was much better than the immortal grotto heaven that Gu Fei had obtained previously. Of course, there were a few divine springs of life in the immortal grotto heaven. Even the immortal grotto heaven that was refined by an ancient immortal grotto heaven didn't have such a heaven-defying thing. The conditions for the divine spring of life to appear were too harsh. This was a divine spring that was formed from the life that was derived from the endless death. The divine spring seized the fortune of heaven and earth, and the spring of life was incomparably precious. It could nourish the inner world, allowing it to transform into a perfect world. After all, He Tian's array formation world wasn't a true inner world. He really wanted to obtain this world left behind by the ancient sages. However, someone had already beaten him to it. Master, Gu Zhong and Old Jiao were also very anxious. They knew very well that once the other party obtained the source of heaven and earth, they would become meat on the chopping block. They would be at the mercy of others. Brother Gu, even Zhong Li Meng could not remain calm. That person is in the sky. Gu Fei suddenly raised his head and looked at the void above the mountain. There were only white clouds floating there, and he couldn't see anything at all. In the sky. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The mysterious woman, Qiu Wuqing, and the others all left. They all thought that there was something they wanted in the depths of this world, but they didn't know that the thing they wanted was right above his head. Very soon, a violent fluctuation of yuan qi came from the depths of this world. Someone had made a move. Let's go up and take a look. Gu Fei directly soared into the sky and flew towards the peak of the mountain. His senses were much stronger than an ordinary half-sage's. Even experts like Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman couldn't sense anything strange in the sky. He Tian, Gu Zhong, Old Jiao, and Zhong Li Meng hurriedly followed. Especially Zhong Li Meng, she didn't dare to be too far away from Gu Fei. It should be known that only Gu Fei had the ability to protect her here. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet high. The peak was surrounded by clouds and flashed with spiritual light. This was the tallest and largest sacred mountain in this world. It made people feel like they were looking up at a high mountain. However, just as Gu Fei and the others reached the peak of the mountain, a few strong waves of celestial force suddenly erupted from the clouds above. 3 figures broke through the clouds and descended from the sky. This is Stoneman. Everyone was shocked. Only Gu Fei still had a calm expression. The things in this world were not so easy to obtain. Saint-level stoneman puppets. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. These 3 stonemen were the size of a normal person. There were countless immortal Tao divine runes imprinted on their bodies. At this moment, these immortal Tao divine runes were gradually awakening and lighting up. As the immortal Tao divine runes on the stonemen gradually awakened, the spiritual qi in the world was attracted and madly gathered towards the 3 stonemen. Buzz. The strong waves of energy caused the void to tremble. These 3 stonemen were like 3 sages. They descended from the sky and directly suppressed Gu Fei and the others. They are not real saint-level stoneman puppets. He Tian noticed something and warned. But even if they were not saint-level stoneman puppets, they were definitely close to it. Otherwise, there would not be the waves of sages. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and directly punched upwards. The powerful fist force soared into the sky and enveloped the 3 stoneman puppets. He wanted to block all 3 stoneman puppets at the same time with the power of one person. These were stoneman puppets refined by a sage king. These 3 stoneman puppets were imprinted with the great Tao laws of a sage king. If an ordinary half-sage came, they would only end up being killed by the stoneman puppets. Boom. Gu Fei's fist force collided with the power of the stoneman puppets. The powerful waves that spread out almost destroyed the surrounding void. However, this was an important area of the immortal world after all. The surrounding void was extremely stable. Even Gu Fei could not truly tear the void in this area. Gu Fei's combat strength was unparalleled. He successfully blocked the 3 stoneman puppets. Gu Zhong, Old Jiao, Zhong Liming, and the others hurriedly retreated into the distance. Only He Tian remained. Kill! He Tian roared. Countless formation runes rushed out from his body. At this moment, he and the formation became one. The cultivation and strength of a half-sage were completely displayed. A sage aura rushed out from He Tian's body, shaking the heavens and the earth. Half-saint had the word saint attached to it. Although it could not be compared to a real sage, it already had a trace of the aura of a sage. Boom. A killing formation rushed out from He Tian's body, enveloping the 3 stoneman puppets that Gu Fei had blocked. Endless destructive divine light pierced through the 3 stoneman puppets in the formation. He Tian worked very hard this time. He used his full strength right from the start. This guy. Chapter 1839. Boom. The bodies of the 3 stone golems shone with an infinite amount of divine light. They pierced through Mai Tian's killing array and rushed towards Mai Tian. They were extremely powerful. Formation in the void, heaven and earth in one thought. He Tian's voice resounded in the killing array. Then, the space engulfed by the killing array began to evolve into a heaven and earth. Clear chi rose, turbid chi sank, and the power of yin and yang surged. It was as if there was really a heaven and earth evolving in the killing array. The 3 stone golems were teleported into the evolving cosmos. The terrifying yin and yang energy obliterated the 3 stone golems, wanting to completely annihilate them. He Tian is really going crazy. Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat and let He Tian do what he wanted. The power of the killing array was earth-shattering. He was borrowing the power of the evolving heaven and earth to kill his opponents. This was no different from trapping the 3 golems in the power of creation. The power of splitting open the sky was extremely powerful. Even though the 3 stone golems were infinitely close to the power of the sacred realm, they still suffered a great impact. Cracks appeared on their bodies, and the Tao patterns on them dimmed. However, the 3 golems were golems refined by the Saint King after all. The ancient Saint King bestowed a part of his divine abilities and techniques. Rumble. The 3 stone golems seemed to have awakened their spiritual intelligence. They actually joined forces to unleash a powerful attack. This attack directly pierced through Erebus' killing array, creating a gap in the killing array. What? He Tian was shocked. He realized that he had underestimated the power of the 3 golems. The ancient Saint King was indeed not comparable to ordinary saints. The 3 golems broke through He Tian's killing array and rushed out. Bang! At that moment, the first golem that had charged out of the killing array suddenly exploded. A figure appeared outside the opening of the array and punched the golem that had charged out first, causing it to explode into pieces. This, Gu Zhong and the others were shocked. Although they knew that their master was powerful, they didn't expect him to be this powerful. Even He Tian couldn't destroy the golem with his full strength, but Gu Fei had destroyed one with a single punch. This result was really shocking. At this moment, the 2 golems at the back joined forces and directly charged towards Gu Fei. The powerful immortal Tao power shook the heavens and earth, powerful to the extreme. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar, causing the entire world to tremble. His long hair fluttered behind him as a domineering aura rushed out from his body. Instead of dodging, he took a step forward and punched out with his right fist. Instantly, his fist was filled with primal Tao patterns, and his chaotic true energy surged. Boom! Gu Fei's right fist fiercely collided with the 2 golems' fists. A single fist blocked 2 fists, and the powerful force directly shattered the 2 golems' fists. The 2 golems were directly smashed into the killing array by Gu Fei. Rumble. At this moment, the power of Genesis rushed towards the 2 golems from all directions. These two golems only struggled for a moment in Hei-Tian's killing array before they were shattered into millions of pieces and turned into dust by the power of Genesis. After the three golems were destroyed, Hei-Tian didn't remove the killing array. He directly became one with the array and rushed up into the sky. A huge hole was instantly torn open in the thick layer of clouds. An ancient city floated above the layer of clouds, emitting an ancient aura. This was the divine city left behind by a saint king. When everyone saw the ancient city, they couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. As expected, the item left behind by the saint king was in the sky. They didn't know what was in the depths of this world, but after those people entered, they seemed to have encountered a powerful existence and were engaged in an endless battle. Inside the ancient city refined by the Saint King, there was definitely a divine treasury left behind by the Saint King. Hei-Tian soared into the sky and rushed towards the ancient city. However, at this moment, a lump of black chi flew out from the ancient city and instantly enveloped the heaven and earth, descending towards Hei-Tian. What? Hei-Tian was shocked. He sensed an extremely powerful energy. The energy contained in this lump of black chi was extraordinary, and it seemed to be an evil energy. What is this? Gu Fei was also shocked. He could sense the power of this energy. One thought, heaven and earth. Hei-Tian shouted and directly displayed the strongest power of the killing array. The killing array revolved, and countless formation runes blossomed with the most resplendent divine light. The center of the killing array produced a heaven-devouring power, wanting to devour the black chi descending from the sky. However, when the black chi was really devoured by the killing array, a shocking scene occurred. The formation runes of the killing array laid down by Hei-Tian gradually dimmed. The black chi contained a terrifying corrosive power, and it could actually corrode Hei-Tian's formation runes. This caused Hei-Tian to be incomparably shocked. One must know that the killing array he laid down, the formation runes were branded in the void, and they were almost indestructible. Could it be that thing? Hei-Tian seemed to have thought of something. He didn't dare to use the power of the killing array to devour the black chi descending from the sky. He controlled the killing array and quickly retreated. Boss, it's up to you now. I'm going to use the mountain and river cauldron. Hei-Tian retreated. He had no way of breaking through the black chi. One must know that it wasn't an ordinary item. The chances of such an item appearing were really too low. In the history of cultivation, it had only appeared a few times. How could such a thing appear here? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. This black chi had a great origin, and it was the evilest thing in the world. As long as one came into contact with it, even a saint's vitality would be greatly injured. It's that bastard Long Badeo. I'm going to kill him. Hei-Tian sensed Long Badeo's aura. This Long Badeo was truly amazing, to actually obtain such an evil thing. Could it be that he wanted to kill everyone in one fell swoop? Master, what is this thing? Gu Zhong asked. The speed at which the black chi descended wasn't fast, but it covered the entire sky. Everywhere the black chi passed, everything was annihilated. Even the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was destroyed. If I'm not wrong, this black chi is a type of corpse chi. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to act. Corpse chi? How is this possible? What kind of corpse chi can threaten Master He? Gu Zhong was shocked when he heard this. This black chi was actually corpse chi. This was truly unexpected. Moreover, this corpse chi was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to destroy everything. This isn't an ordinary corpse chi. This is something that is formed after a saint's corpse has been rotting for countless years. Hei-Tian said, Saint's corpse chi. Chapter 1840. The black chi was like a cloud, covering the sky and sinking downwards. Everywhere it passed, the void was annihilated and everything was devoured, leaving nothing behind. After a saint's death, their corpses would rot and turn into extremely poisonous corpse chi. This corpse chi was extremely terrifying. Even a saint would be in big trouble if he were to come in contact with it. Gu Fei and the others were not saints. If they breathed in a bit of this corpse chi, they would be destroyed. Buzz. The shadow of a giant cauldron rushed out of Gu Fei's body and enveloped everyone inside. Gu Fei used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to protect everyone. Boss, hurry up. If we let this corpse chi spread, I'm afraid this world will be finished. Hei Tian's heart ached. This corpse chi was devouring the spiritual chi in this world. The spiritual chi in this world was decreasing rapidly. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. He flipped his right hand, and an ancient cauldron the size of a fist appeared in his hand. An extremely ancient and vicissitude aura spread from the ancient cauldron. This is the cauldron of mountain and river. Zhong Liming was in disbelief because the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand was too ordinary. Although it was an ancient object, there were definitely many ancient objects left behind in the human world. The ancient bronze cauldron had ancient patterns carved on it. There were birds, beasts, insects, fishes, rivers, lakes, mountains, and even the silhouettes of ancient people. Although this ancient cauldron was only the size of a fist, it was 10,000 zhang wide. This ancient cauldron was an unparalleled divine cauldron that had appeared since the Age of Legends. Come. Gu Fei held the ancient cauldron and lifted it up. Boom. A muffled sound came from the ancient cauldron, and a whirlpool appeared at the mouth of the cauldron. The ancient cauldron produced a heaven-devouring force, continuously devouring the corpse chi that was descending from the sky. Humph, you're courting death. How dare you fight with me for this world? In the sky, outside the gate of the ancient city, Long Ba Dao sneered. He held a pitch-black gourd in his hand. The corpse chi was released from this black gourd. The resources of the extraterrestrial divine mountain were indeed astonishing. They had actually refined the saint's corpse chi into a magic treasure. The corpse chi of a sage was no ordinary corpse chi. It was an extremely poisonous gas formed after the corpses of sage realm experts rotted away after their deaths. Saint-level experts wouldn't die so easily. Even in the mythological era and the ancient desolate era, saint-level experts were lofty existences. Even if a saint-level expert died, his corpse would be immortal and difficult to decay. This required a special place or a special method to cause the corpse of a saint-level expert to decay. What happened? Just as Long Badeo was feeling extremely pleased with himself, thinking that he could kill Gu Fei and the rest in one fell swoop, he suddenly sensed something and his face became extremely ugly. Rumble. The layers of darkness that enveloped the sky actually surged, as if there was a powerful devouring force that was constantly devouring the corpse chi of the saints. How is this possible? Long Badeo was shocked. At this time, the black gourd in his hand was shaking. The corpse energy released from the black gourd was rapidly decreasing. Retrieve. Long Badeo quickly made a hand seal and activated the black gourd. He wanted to take back the saint corpse chi that he had released. The mouth of the black gourd immediately emitted a black light and produced a powerful devouring power. There were Tao patterns on the body of the gourd, and a saint-level aura and fluctuation spread out from the black gourd. However, at this time, the corpse energy of the saints was out of control. No matter how long Badeo activated the black gourd, it was difficult to retrieve it. Damn it! Long Badeo exerted all his strength. His entire body was filled with mighty immortal Tao divine power. His face had already turned red. He had used all his strength, but it was impossible to change anything. The black chi that enveloped the entire sky disappeared quickly, and finally, all of it was absorbed into an ancient cauldron the size of a fist. When Long Badeo saw the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand, he was extremely shocked. The extraterrestrial divine mountain was an ancient inheritance that could even find the corpse energy of saints. In this lineage, there were naturally people who knew many secrets of the world. The mountain and river cauldron. Long Badeo's voice was a little shaky. He recognized the ancient cauldron in Gu Fei's hand. Only a supreme divine weapon like this could take away the corpse energy of saints. So it's your doing. Himph. Who do you think you are? Wanting to kill us in one move? Hei Tian rushed forward. He used the void formation technique. Countless formation runes rushed out from his body and imprinted themselves in the void. Buzz. The void shook. A killing formation was directly laid out by Hei Tian. He and the formation became one, communicating with the heaven and earth, drawing upon the power of the world. He Tian used the formation to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, attacking Long Badeo, who was in front of the ancient city. It was as if the heaven and earth were angry, sending down a destructive force to destroy everything. The power of heaven and earth was drawn, and all of it suppressed towards Long Badeo. Seeing this, Long Badeo's expression changed. This He Tian was really strong. His battle strength had already exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Gu Fei also came at this time. No matter how strong Long Badeo was, he would not dare to fight two half-saints at the same time, especially when Gu Fei was not an ordinary half-saint. Swish. Long Badeo was very decisive. He directly broke the void and escaped. Preposterous. He Tian was furious. He never thought that this guy would actually escape. An expert from extraterrestrial divine mountain? In the end, he was just a rat. But Gu Fei knew that this Long Badeo was not simple. Seeing that he could not win, he immediately escaped without any hesitation. Such a person would be a good opponent. The ancient city has not been breached by that guy. He Tian put away the killing formation. Everyone came to the front of the ancient city, only to see that the gate was closed. The entire ancient city was under the cover of a huge divine formation. Only through the gate could one enter the city. I didn't think that Long Badeo was that kind of person. Zhong Liming sighed. She had misjudged him. There was such a huge commotion. But the other people who entered this world had not appeared yet. It seemed that everyone was being held back by something. This part of the world was not peaceful. This was the territory of the ancient, desolate beasts. For countless years, no one had restrained these wild beasts, so the wild nature of these wild beasts had completely recovered. At this time, even if the ancient sages personally came, they would not be able to suppress these beasts. These beasts needed to be subdued again. These wild beasts naturally wanted to eat the cultivators who had entered this world. One must know that the flesh and blood of a half-step saint contained a large amount of essence qi. The path that these beasts walked was different from the human race. The essence contained in the corpses of cultivators could be refined by these beasts for their own use. For the savage beasts, the cultivators that entered this world were the best food for them. Everyone looked at the ancient city in front of them. The ancient city occupied a large area and floated high in the sky, blocking half of the sky. The buildings in the city were not very luxurious. This ancient city should have been refined by the ancient sage to allow his people to live in it. In the center of the ancient city, there was a divine light flashing. Seeing this divine light, He Tian was extremely excited. He could feel the aura of the origin of heaven and earth. "It's in the city," He Tian said. No wonder Long Badeo was attacking the gate. He wanted to enter the ancient city and take away the origin of heaven and earth. As long as he refined the origin of heaven and earth, this world would belong to him. However, the world could change at any time. Even Long Badeo could not change anything. Gu Fei's group was too arrogant. They were not a match for Gu Fei. I also know that the problem is how to enter. Gu Fei frowned as he looked at the ancient city gate. A grand formation laid down by a sage monarch was not so easy to break. It would take some time to prepare. No wonder Long Badeo couldn't break the gate. We need to think about it carefully. He Tian also nodded. A sage monarch's grand formation was not ordinary. It was worth his time to study it. It would help him improve his formation attainments. No one was in a hurry because there was no point in being anxious. Gu Fei and He Tian carefully observed the ancient city's grand formation while Gu Zhong and the others stood to the side. There was a stone base on each side of the gate. The stone base was empty, but there were many stones scattered around it. Obviously, there were 2 stone puppets guarding the city gate. Those 2 stone puppets should have been killed by Long Badeo. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Long Badeo had used his own strength to kill 2 stone puppets. He actually had such powerful battle strength. Gu Fei and the others had seen the power of the stone puppets. They had spent a great deal of effort to kill the previous 3 puppets. With this kind of battle strength, he doesn't dare to fight Master. Gu Zhong said. Many people disapproved of Long Badeo's actions. Long Badeo would do anything to achieve his goals. He's hiding in the dark. We can't guard against him. Old Jiao was a bit worried. Long Badeo was the most outstanding person from extraterrestrial Divine Mountain. If such a person wanted to assassinate someone, very few people could stop him. With me and Boss here, that guy won't dare to come again. Don't worry, Heition said. Long Badeo was scared away by them. If he dared to appear again, it would be impossible for him to escape. There was no doubt about Gu Fei's strength. Hearing Heition's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. But they still didn't dare to relax. It had to be known that their opponent was a half-step saint. Being targeted by a half-step saint wasn't a good thing. So it's here. Chapter 1841. This person is. In front of the ancient city gate, everyone was taken aback. The first person to arrive was actually an old man. This old man wasn't simple. Although he wasn't like Qiu Wuqing and that mysterious woman, there was one thing that could be confirmed. This old man was very powerful. He's one of the 12 semi-sage experts invited by Long Badeo. I didn't expect this guy to hide so deeply. Heition looked at the old man with a dignified expression. The old man did not emit any powerful aura, but even Gu Fei could feel a strong pressure from the old man. Brother Gu, you really live up to your reputation. You actually found this place. After seeing Gu Fei and the others, the old man did not seem surprised, as if he had already expected that Gu Fei and the others could find the ancient city hidden in the sky. Who are you? Gu Fei did not say anything. Heition stared at the old man and asked the question that everyone wanted to know. Who was this old man? How could he get rid of those wild beasts? This old man is a nobody. I don't need to say my name. The old man did not want to say his origin. Humph, Gu Fei sneered. This guy is pretending to be mysterious, or does he have other motives? But even if this guy had ulterior motives, Gu Fei was not afraid. Boss, what do you think? Heition's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. He transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Ignore him, said Gu Fei. Although this old man was powerful, he was not someone to be trifled with. The only thing that made Gu Fei worried was that Heition and himself were the only opponents of this old man. If this old man suddenly attacked Gu Zhong, old Zhao and the others, Gu Zhong and the others would be in danger. Hee, Brother Gu, don't worry. This old man means no harm. The old man seemed to have seen through Gu Fei and the others' concerns, so he said these words. Yes. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. This old man had the ability to discern a person's thoughts from their body language and had actually guessed the trace of worry in his heart. Of course, with Gu Fei's current cultivation and strength, if others wanted to deal with him, they would have to be very careful. If they couldn't kill Gu Fei, then they would have to bear Gu Fei's revenge. Gu Fei was a ruthless person who dared to challenge quasi-sages. Quasi-sages had already been recognized as the pinnacle existence in the mortal world, second only to existences like Ghost Emperor Fengdu. At this stage of cultivation, Gu Fei could vaguely guess that Ghost Emperor Fengdu's state was very special. This kind of existence was truly invincible in the world. This is good, Gu Fei said. Although he didn't trust this old man, the old man didn't show any hostility. It seemed like there was no reason to kill him. He was not a homicidal maniac who would kill anyone he saw. Buzz. At this moment, a sword light suddenly broke through the layer of clouds below the ancient city and rushed up. It was a powerful sword cultivator. He became one with the sword and turned into a sword light, landing in front of the city gate. It was a skinny middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was sallow and sickly, but no one dared to look down on him. This person was like an unsheathed heavenly sword from head to toe. The sword chi fluctuation of the half-step saint realm caused the surrounding temperature to drop. This middle-aged man was also one of the 12 half-step saints invited by Long Badeo. Among the 12 half-step saints invited by Long Badeo, besides one who was killed by Gu Fei, the other one was killed by Red Blood Beast Huang and used as food. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman were the strongest among the 12 half-step saints. However, these two people found the ancient city in the sky earlier than Qiu Wuqing and the mysterious woman. Roar. At this moment, a furious roar rang out from the depths of this world. It's Qiu Wuqing. Upon hearing this voice, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. He was well aware of Qiu Wuqing's combat strength. This was an expert who could fight endlessly with him. Moreover, Qiu Wuqing had the rare God-fiend body. The God-fiend body could only be possessed by those who had truly awakened the God-fiend bloodline. Among the ancient deity demons in the God-fallen sea, there was absolutely no one who could have the God-fiend body. In this life, among the deity demons, only Qiu Wuqing had the God-fiend body. There was no doubt that this ancient body was powerful. Hearing Qiu Wuqing's roar, he seemed to be in big trouble and was fighting with a powerful existence. The powerful God-fiend aura could even be sensed from the ancient city in the sky. Old Qiu has encountered a powerful enemy. He Tian was shocked. In this world, there seemed to be an existence that could force Qiu Wuqing to go all out. This surprised him a little. However, this was a cave refined by the ancient sages. It seemed that nothing was impossible. The stone puppets from before had a powerful strength that was close to that of a sage to be. In other areas of this world, there was also a strong fluctuation. Needless to say, it was the others who had encountered trouble. "Boss, what should we do next?" He Tian asked Gu Fei. Now that there were more and more people, Qiu Wuqing and the others would arrive soon. Long Badeo was hiding in the dark and was the most difficult to guard against. The lineage of the extraterrestrial divine mountain was very ancient. No one knew what other trump cards Long Badeo had not used. One should know that he even had a magic treasure refined from the corpse chi of a sage. In fact, what Gu Fei didn't know was that when the corpse chi of a sage was taken away by Gu Fei with the mountain and river cauldron, Long Badeo's heart was bleeding. This was a magic treasure that he obtained when he explored an ancient relic. The black gourd itself had an extraordinary origin. It was the first gourd that grew on a nether ghost vine that grew in the depths of hell. This was an evil object of extreme een that was bred by the endless death chi. It was born from heaven and earth, which also meant that this ghost vine was extraordinary. Only this kind of gourd could contain the corpse chi of a sage. Let's wait and see. Gu Fei didn't want to make a move too early. He wanted to see how these people would break the gate and enter the ancient city. This was a divine city that was sealed by the sage king himself. None of the 12 sage to be invited by Long Badeo were weak. These people definitely had many tricks up their sleeves. However, Gu Fei was not in a hurry. He Tian nodded. Only by knowing oneself and one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Let's see if we can find Long Badeo first. He is hiding in the dark and is very disadvantageous to us. Gu Fei wanted to eliminate Long Badeo, this hidden danger. Long Badeo actually wanted to kill them with the death chi of a sage. He felt a little uneasy if he didn't get rid of such a person. I think so too. He Tian almost fell for it. He was even more eager to get rid of Long Badeo. Chapter 1842. The divine art of divination was a secret technique of the heavenly secret sect. No one knew where He Tian learned it from. Even though it was just a little, it seemed to be the real deal. He kept forming hand seals, and a mysterious and profound aura spread out from his body. He seemed to be communicating with the heavens and earth, attracting a trace of strange fluctuations. Can Uncle He succeed? Gu Zhong and Old Jiao were a little nervous. They knew that He Tian and Gu Fei were looking for Long Badeo because of them. Long Badeo was strong, but he was not a threat to Gu Fei and He Tian. Gu Zhong, Old Jiao, and Zhong Liming were different. They were only at the first sky of Almighty Realm. They were not Long Badeo's match. Even Gu Zhong might not be able to compete with Long Badeo. After all, Long Badeo was a half-step saint. Unless Gu Zhong could cultivate to the fifth sky of Almighty Realm, only martial artists at the fifth sky of Almighty Realm and above were qualified to challenge half-step saints. Gu Zhong was not his master, Gu Fei. Swoosh. At this time, He Tian's eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of divine light. The power of yin and yang circulated in his eyes. Tao patterns intertwined in the depths of his eyes. Found it. After a series of deductions, he actually found the approximate location of Long Badeo, which made Gu Fei and the others surprised and happy at the same time. Then, Gu Fei and He Tian immediately moved towards Long Badeo's location. Gu Zhong and the others were taken into Gu Fei's inner world. The world left behind by the ancient sages was very big. It was 100,000 miles wide. It was too easy to hide a person in such a big world. However, Longbadeo was very unlucky. He encountered a freak like Heition. Kill. Heition used the void formation technique. Countless formation patterns rushed out from his body and branded in all directions, covering a certain mountain in the sage world. Roar. Immediately after, an angry roar came from the depths of the mountain and a figure rushed out. That person was none other than Longbadeo. Without any words, Heition and Longbadeo started fighting. The killing formation was activated and countless divine lights pierced towards Longbadeo. The void was being destroyed. Heition was really angry. He attacked with all his strength. If it were not for Gu Fei, he would have been killed by this so-called descendant of extraterrestrial divine mountain. The corpse chi of a sage was an extremely poisonous substance that even sages were afraid of. Heition was just a semi-sage. So, as long as a trace of sage's death chi touched his body, he would die. No matter how talented he was, he would still die. Longbadeo was also very clear that when he attacked Gu Fei and the others, he already knew that if he couldn't kill them, he would be in danger. Of course, he was an expert from the extraterrestrial divine mountain with a mysterious and ancient force behind him. He was not afraid of Gu Fei. Boom. The black gourd in Longbadeo's hand spewed out rays of black light. This black gourd was used to store the corpse chi of a sage. This gourd was not only able to store the corpse chi of a sage, it was also an incomparably powerful instrument. Rays of black light pierced through the void, destroying everything. Even the formation runes that Heition had left in the void were destroyed by the black light. A wave of sage-level energy spread out from the black gourd. Divine instrument. Heition was shocked. Longbadeo was the descendant of extraterrestrial divine mountain and had many treasures on him. This black gourd was also a rare instrument. Collect. Longbadeo suddenly pointed the black gourd at Heition and activated a technique. A heaven-devouring force immediately rushed out from the black gourd and swallowed Heition, who was in the killing formation. What? Heition felt his body tighten as if it was tied up by an invisible thread. Then, he flew towards the mouth of the black gourd. Want to take your father? With a single thought, an almost invisible sword light rushed out from Mahakala's body. It immediately destroyed the devouring power that enveloped him, and then rushed towards Longbadeo. Divine sword. Longbadeo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the almost transparent sword light. His opponent also had a divine weapon, and it was an almost transparent divine sword. The invisible sword light was as fast as lightning. In an instant, it arrived in front of Longbadeo. The cold sword chi made Longbadeo feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Swoosh! Just as the formless sword light was about to hit Longbadeo, a divine diagram suddenly rushed out of Longbadeo's body and enveloped him. Buzz! The invisible divine sword struck the divine diagram and slid past it. The invisible divine sword's sword light was deflected by the power that erupted from the divine diagram. What? Heition couldn't help being startled. Longbadeo really had quite a few treasures on him. He's going to escape again. Suddenly, Gu Fei's voice rang in Heition's mind. Escaping again. Heition was startled. This place was already sealed by his killing formation. How could this guy still escape? Swoosh. At this moment, the divine diagram that enveloped Longbadeo suddenly shone with millions of divine lights. It actually pierced through the void, wrapped around Longbadeo, and directly escaped. Boom. At the same time, a huge hand directly grabbed down from the sky, smashing the void and turning the place where Longbadeo was into chaos. Gu Fei took action, but he was half a step too slow. Longbadeo escaped into the void and disappeared in an instant. His speed was unimaginable. Roar. Heition roared at the sky. Longbadeo was too cunning and had secret treasures on him. Even with Gu Fei's help, this guy still escaped again. However, Heition would not let this guy go so easily. He put away the killing formation and once again used the great divination divine art to deduce Longbadeo's location. However, this time, Heition's great divination divine art failed. Long Badeo seemed to have used a secret treasure to hide himself. At this time, even if the real Heaven's Secret Sect master came, he would not be able to deduce Long Badeo's location. Long Badeo knew that he was not a match for Gu Fei and He Tian. He did not want to take the risk. He was a very cautious person, otherwise, he would not have lived until now. Damn it! After deducing more than a dozen times in a row, He Tian had to give up. If a half-saint wanted to escape, and this master had an artifact that could allow him to escape, it would be very difficult to intercept such an existence. Unless Gu Fei used the mountain and river cauldron first to seal the heaven and earth, then he would be able to stop Long Badeo. Rumble. Just as He Tian was filled with hatred, a thunderous sound came from the sky. It's starting so soon. Chapter 1843. Long Badeo's escape made He Tian very unhappy. That guy was extremely cunning and did not dare to confront He Tian and Gu Fei head-on at all. He directly escaped with a secret treasure. This outstanding figure from the extraterrestrial divine mountain seemed to be as good at escaping as He Tian. Rumble. At this moment, a muffled thunderous sound came from the sky. The thick layer of clouds above the mountain peak surged violently. Soon, the clouds dispersed and an ancient city appeared high up in the sky. An ancient and vicissitude aura spread out from the ancient city. I didn't expect it to be in the sky, someone exclaimed. Not everyone could find the ancient city in the sky immediately. The ancient city was protected by the ancient sage's formation. If it wasn't for someone attacking the formation protecting the ancient city's aura wouldn't have leaked out. It's finally starting. Someone can't wait any longer. Gu Fei muttered. At this time, he did not release Gu Zhong and the others who were in his inner world. This level of competition was not something they could handle. If it was in the human world, a cultivator of the almighty realm would be able to hold his own. However, it was not possible here. One should know that those who entered the sage realm were all experts of the half-step saint realm. Even Gu Zhong could not compete with a half-step saint at this time. Boss, should we go and have a look? He Tian knew that those half-step saints who were tricked by Long Badeo also had many secret treasures on them. Perhaps they could break open the Sage King formation. Die, evil beast. Just when Gu Fei and the others were about to soar into the sky, a roar came from the depths of the mountain. Then, an extremely powerful divine demon force instantly erupted. Swoosh. Then, a bloodlight suddenly appeared in the depths of the mountain. A giant beast suddenly fell to the ground. It's Qiu Wuqing. Qiu Wuqing's combat strength was unquestionable. In Gu Fei's view, Qiu Wuqing's strength was probably above Azure Dragon's. He was a formidable opponent. A figure walked out from the depths of the mountain ridge. The power of gods and demons was vast and mighty. Qiu Wuqing was like the grim reaper that walked out from hell. Fresh blood was still dripping from the halberd in his hand. Qiu Wuqing had also discovered Gu Fei and He Tian. However, he didn't come over. Instead, he took a glance at the place where Gu Fei and He Tian were. Then, he wielded his halberd and rushed towards the ancient city in the sky. Rumble. The muffled sounds of thunder continued to ring out. This time, the ripples of energy in the sky were much more powerful. Someone was attacking with a saint weapon. The saintly aura surged through the surroundings, intimidating the entire world. Even the most powerful ferocious beast in the world did not dare to make any strange movements at this moment. Without becoming a saint, one would always be an ant. In front of the power of a saint, even a powerful beast at the level of a beast emperor would have to bow its head. There was no doubt about it. Very quickly, a figure also rushed out from another region of the world. That person was that mysterious woman. She held a divine bow in her hand, and her entire body was shrouded in a layer of divine fire. She stepped on fire clouds and looked like a fairy in the fire. She was elegant and otherworldly, without a trace of the aura of a mortal. Let's go and watch the show. Gu Fei rushed into the sky. With one step, he arrived at the peak of the mountain in an instant. Then, he went directly to the city gate of the ancient city in the sky. He Tian arrived soon after. Brother Gu. After the mysterious woman saw Gu Fei, she walked over. Qiu Wuqing also saw Gu Fei. However, he did not walk over. He only nodded at Gu Fei and ignored Gu Fei and He Tian. Gu Fei did not mind. This was Qiu Wuqing's temperament. He was cold and gave people a feeling that it was difficult to get close to him. At this time, there were already 5 or 6 people gathered in front of the city gate. Gu Fei was surprised to find that among these people, there were actually unfamiliar faces. There were 2 people that Gu Fei had not seen before. These 2 people were not among the 12 sage to be invited by Longbadeo. Could it be that there were still cultivators in this sage world? The 2 people had a fierce aura on them. This kind of aura was accumulated by living in the sacred mountain for many years and fighting with powerful beasts. The 2 cultivators were also wrapped in the skin of some kind of strange beast. They looked like hunters in the mountains. However, it would be wrong to look down on them because of this. These 2 people were very powerful. They were also at the sage-to-be level. Moreover, they had been fighting with beasts for many years. Their combat experience must be very rich. The old man and the skinny middle-aged man were standing in front of the city gate. They drove the holy weapons in their hands and bombarded the city gate. The strong power of the divine path made everyone feel a great threat. Boom! A divine hammer flew out of the old man's hand. There were countless Tao patterns on the divine hammer. It displayed the strong fluctuation of the divine path and smashed towards the city gate. This was a holy weapon. The brand of the divine path had awakened in the divine hammer, and it displayed an extremely strong power. However, when such a powerful hammer slammed into the city gates, the 2 tightly shut gates also began to glow with immortal Tao runes. The divine patterns of the immortal path interweaved and attracted the power of the immortal path. The divine hammer actually bounced away. The formation set up by the King of Saints was not that easy to break. The old man flew up and caught the divine hammer that was bounced away. He could not help but shake his head. Ordinary divine weapons really could not shake the King of Saints formation that covered the entire ancient city. However, a shocking sword chi rushed out of the middle-aged man's body. A huge golden dragon rushed out of his body and instantly soared tens of thousands of feet. Then, it swooped down and collided with the city gate. The powerful ripples of sword chi caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Everyone felt a chill in their bodies, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It's the golden dragon sword. I didn't expect this divine sword to appear. Someone recognized the dragon-shaped sword light. It was the golden dragon sword, which had appeared during the later period of the primordial age. It was a divine sword refined by a person called the Golden Dragon Saint. Legend had it that the Golden Dragon Saint was a true 9 heavens golden dragon that cultivated into a divine dragon. The Golden Dragon Sword was a divine sword refined by him using his transformed divine body. Although the Golden Dragon Saint was a demonic saint, he often took human form and walked among humans. He had once left behind a great reputation and was an unparalleled existence during the later period of the primordial age. Boom! The golden dragon sword that had turned into a huge golden dragon instantly collided with the ancient city gate. This time, ripples visible to the naked eye appeared on the city gate, spreading in all directions like waves. However, the golden dragon also dissipated. A divine sword that shone with golden light vibrated. The divine sword was also knocked away by the power of the King of Saints formation on the city gate. What? Even the golden dragon sword can't break it. What should we do? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Those who knew about the origin of the golden dragon saint were even more shocked. The golden dragon saint seemed to be a king of sages. This golden dragon sword is indeed extraordinary. Gu Fei and He Tian looked at each other. The golden dragon sword was already able to shake the ancient city gate, but the problem was that the middle-aged man's cultivation was not high enough. It was impossible for him to unleash the true power of the golden dragon sword. The skinny middle-aged man was only a half-sage, and the golden dragon sword was a legendary weapon refined by the king of demons. A half-sage's cultivation could not awaken the king of sages' imprint in the golden dragon sword. Unless the descendant of the golden dragon saint came and poured his blood on the divine sword, he might be able to awaken the great path imprint in the king of sages' divine weapon. It was obvious that the skinny middle-aged man did not have any demonic aura on him. He was not a demonic cultivator, and it was even more impossible for him to be the descendant of the Golden Dragon Saint in the later period of the Primordial Age. "Fellow Taoists, come and lend me a hand," the middle-aged man said to the crowd. The Golden Dragon Sword had already flown back into his hand. The Golden Dragon Sword had just successfully shaken the ancient city's grand formation. That was obvious to all, and the crowd could not help but be tempted. "All right." The old man walked over and placed his right hand on the middle-aged man's back, injecting his immortal power into the man's body. Seeing the old man walk out, a few others walked out as well and placed their hands on the middle-aged man's shoulder or back. Rumble. For half-sages were exerting their powers at the same time. The middle-aged man's body immediately rumbled with the sound of wind and thunder. His slightly pale face was now flushed red. He used a secret art and guided the 4 powerful forces that had rushed into his body into the Golden Dragon Sword in his hand. Buzz. The Golden Dragon Sword was ringing, and an astonishing burst of sword chi erupted from it. A series of tiny dragon-shaped Tao patterns seemed to have sprung to life as they swam across the blade of the Golden Dragon Sword. The divine sword seemed to be showing signs of awakening under the powerful divine power. Roar. The middle-aged man's face was so red that he looked like he was about to bleed. He circulated his magic power with all his might and guided the power of the 4 half-sages behind him into the Golden Dragon Sword. Boom. Suddenly, the Golden Dragon Sword exerted a powerful suction force and began devouring the power of the middle-aged man and the 4 half-sages behind him. What? The 4 half-sages behind the middle-aged man were shocked. They could sense that their origin power was being shaken by the devouring force, and the power of the immortal Tao within them was rapidly being drained away. The Golden Dragon Sword underwent a shocking change. The brand of the great Tao within it was truly awakening, and it was being forcibly awakened by powerful magic power. Wisps of holy aura began to proliferate from the Golden Dragon Sword. Everyone's expressions changed. Even Gu Fei's expression grew solemn. He Tian put away his trademark frivolous expression and watched the scene unfold. Gu Fei and He Tian had both cultivated the eyes of God, so they could see 9 faint patterns on the Golden Dragon Sword. They were 9 Tao patterns. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, all Tao patterns would gradually evolve into 9 ultimate Tao patterns. Even Saint Kings were no exception.